like I mentioned, the issue of appropriate technologies is appropriate. The key as we think about proper governance structures for SMS is to ensure that we have a plan, the governance structure that we have a plan to move our teams, our citizens up the ladder. moving from open defecation to safely managed sanitation. And this brings to me an issue about monitoring. Particularly for the utilities and counties, we need to have an idea of where our citizens lie in this particular sanitation ladder. How many are in OD, how many are safely managed? So that we plan to increasingly and progressively move those citizens up the particular ladder. This is an element of good governance process. You need to know where you are, you need to have a plan, and you need to execute that particular plan and move our teams at this particular point. You should be aware that in my service provision, in my county, I have particular people in basic, in shared, in an improved, in safely managed, so that we have a plan to move our teams forward. And it's very important to appreciate this, because if you look at the cost of poor sanitation, we did some quick analysis for Kenya, actually last year, to look at what is the cost of poor sanitation and hygiene. Sanitation and hygiene. And the figures we are seeing are they're very huge. $3.5 million is the cost that we incur as a country for proper sanitation and hygiene practices. Split because of three key areas: premature mortality, healthcare attributed losses, and productivity attributed losses. 3.5 billion US dollars. If you do a quick calculation, that's slightly more than 450 billion we lose because of poor sanitation and hygiene. This is an issue that we have to address. And as we talk about governance, we are addressing this. We want to reduce that figure, because that is what the cost that we are incurring. Good governance processes have also to think about having no waste. And this has been mentioned since we started. We have to think about the circular economy processes. We are moving to a situation, and that's where we want to go, that we don't talk about anymore about waste. Those are resources. The human waste is a resource that can be utilized. So as a utility, as a county, you have to now start thinking about not having any particular waste, because we have technologies, we have approaches that can turn those, what we consider now as waste, can be now considered to resources. This is an approach that we have to adopt. We have to promote this in whatever area we are thinking about. Again, a conversation which started yesterday. How big is this particular economy we are talking about? How do we view human waste? Very huge economies. We also did an analysis of how big a size is that economy of both sanitation and menstrual hygiene, because they are also related. And you find that there are a lot of elements in the marketplace that can be utilized to analyze this particular economy. It's very huge, from both sanitation, toilet economy, to treatment processes, and also for sanitary products and the treatment process. It's very huge. And that analysis gave us these figures for the size of our economy. The sanitation economy and menstrual hygiene marketplace potential is currently estimated at 1.77 billion. And its potential to almost triple to 3.06 billion shillings by 2030. This is a very strong marketplace, and it's going to show growth, progressive growth, and we are going to see a lot of elements. And this is where the private sector teams, SMEs, and financial institutions need to show interest to see how they can support. They can be able to support us as a service provider or duty bearers to be able to continuously engage and move towards safely managed sanitation. $3.6 billion is quite a big marketplace that can be able to attract interest and have the players come on board to engage. And that size of economy then leads us to have a very strategic approach that we need to take as a sanitation players. We have to have and adopt market-based business models for non-sewer sanitation. Market-based. And there are options that we have. There are business models that we can be able to do all across the value chain, the sanitation value chain, from containment to treatment process. These are models which are being applied, and we really need to continue the conversation and ensure that we convince our parties, particularly the utilities, to be able to adopt some of these models, to have the private sector teams support the value chain process. What we are doing as a ministry together with the utilities is try to design model business or engagement frameworks across the value chain so that the utilities and counties can be able to consider those as options that they need to take as we think about how do you engage. How do you engage people in containment? How do you support emptying and transport? How are you able to structure a framework where the private sector will support you in treatment, disposal, and reuse? And this is possible. You can also, the lower part of that presentation, you can even be able to engage a party to take you through all the value across the value chain. This is possible. And this is an approach that will be very important as we talk about safely managed sanitation. The other approach, and I think this is very familiar with most of you, is the promoting business as unusual in the sewage process. So one of the key elements of sewage is you have to actively and consider both on-site and on-site and sewer options. You have to consider centralized and decentralized processes depending on your condition, your context. That is very important because we have been talking about always about sewer and centralized processes. You have to think about decentralizing non-sewer options as much as possible. And this means, under the sewage approach, you are not only thinking about infrastructure. The software elements come in. How is the environment for you to work? The environment for you to provide services, the environment for you to engage the private sector, the environment for you to coordinate with other related institutions. Very key. This we need to really implement. Because in this process, then, there are a lot of diverse options that you have. And technology is evolving. Technology innovations are coming in. And the private sector here is very key as we think about those particular processes. Key to this for the cities is that we not only think about infrastructure, we need to get the political will. And we really appreciate the comments of the governor for Kisumu. The political will be very critical. We need leadership, we need champions under this approach for us to move to that position of safely managed. And then we have to think about the long-term financing options. What is it that we really need to do? In the NAWASIP resource mentioned, which we have agreed with the counties, we have a portfolio of financing options that we have agreed on, including tapping into the local market through bonds and others, infrastructure bonds. You have to think, even at the county level, what are the options that we have? Because again, we all know that the central coffers are dwindling, the demands are too huge more than the approach. One key element that is very important for us to move this space, and I won't talk about that because I think the CEO Wasreb mentioned, we have to have the right institutional framework and regulations. We have to regulate that sector for us to be able to move towards that position. Because we will be talking about standards, we will be talking about monitoring, we will be talking about reporting and the appropriate elements. And when I was talking about the enabling environment, we have to ensure that we finance the software element. If you look at some of the business plans that we have currently, there's no options, there are no funding options for the software. Behavior change, for example. Very few people are funding for that. We have to think about that, because without that, then our progress is likely to be slower than it should be. And again, the issue of about ensuring that we coordinate with the other processes. I'm happy to note that in Kisumu, they have an interdepartmental coordination team. You have to link with planning, so that when they are doing planning for services, then the sanitation elements are considered and appropriate options are given, or provision for the infrastructure that is required. You have to link with the teams that are handling drainage, and also particularly the teams that are handling solid waste management. We have to have that in the sanitation planning process. In this particular space, I'm happy to note that the urban planning department has come up with what they're calling urban sanitation guidelines to be part of the checklist for appropriate planning processes. And I will urge that our teams at the counties, our teams at the utilities, it is recommended that you look at being part of that conversation in the urban planning processes, so that the provisions for your infrastructure development doesn't come as an afterthought. It's part of the planning process, and that is a good approach that we really need to take. Another approach, another key element for safely managed is think about what we call the specific unserved and underserved populations. Most of the utilities have informal settlement elements, units that really think about planning for those in the informal settlements. So we have to ensure that those who are considered as minorities, underserved, the urban poor, and people with special needs are considered in your planning. They're considered, they're planned for, and you provide sanitation services as appropriate. And all this conversation is what we have been able to draft into our National Sanitation Management Policy with very key elements that are there. It's all about sanitation systems and technologies. What can we onboard? What can we, how do we engage with those with the innovations and technologies? In our policy, we have also intentionally separated conventional sewer infrastructure development and service provision from non-sewer sanitation options. And we have made the appropriate policy guidelines for us to be able to ensure that we actively think about, plan for on non-sewer sanitation that is appropriate. We have put the institutional framework that is necessary for sanitation management in all the various contexts that we have as a country, whether it's public, commercial, in humanitarian settings. And we have made guidelines in terms of what we need to know. This will be very key for us to move towards a safely managed sanitation. A good focus on behavior change, this leveraging and linking, aligning to the other policies that relate to this conversation, particularly the public health teams, very important. And we, again, like I mentioned, this we have to plan for and budget. We cannot talk about any aspects related to service delivery if we are talking about governance and regulation. And the CEO mentioned those elements. Then actively we have proposed issues about sanitation financing. The kind of gap that we have, 346 billion for sanitation and hygiene is huge. We have to say, we have to plan for and say how do we move these elements forward. Public-private partnerships, critical, and this, we have given guidelines. We have linked with the various legal instruments operational in Kenya to ensure that we speak from the same page to those other legal instruments. And of course, as we move forward, we have to monitor, evaluate, and report on how far we are going and raise issues that are coming. What are the emerging topical issues that we really need to address? As I close, just to reiterate all these elements that I've said that are very important as we promote safely managed sanitation. This is really the summary of what I'm saying, that we need really to bring all these elements. In the inner circle, those are the pillars that we really need to think about. Infrastructure, both seaward and seaward. We have the right institutional arrangements for service provision. We have regulations. The legal environment, and that's what I've touched on the policy. Planning for and finance as the key pillars that are the key elements that we really need to consider. Then out there we have the cross-cutting issues, then some of the enabling elements that we really need to take on board. Issues around cost recovery and innovative financing processes, sector knowledge sharing and learning, to onboard good practices, to onboard innovation and technologies. We have to think about capacity development. I had conversations with some utility participants from utilities, and most of them receive guys who are on disciplinary routines to go to sewer systems, to sanitation. This has to change. We have to be proactive, and we want to appreciate some of the learning institutions that are now already having curriculum on sanitation management. Some of the institutions are even having masters in sanitation management. We need to build capacity for this sector to move forward. Issues about advocacy and communication, and this is an area where we have to accept we are not doing very well. If you go to some even national and global fora, you'll find a lot of people are talking about what they have done. But if you compare with what we have in ourselves, it's like 10% of what we have done. We really need to advocate for safely managed sanitation elements as stakeholders. I mentioned monitoring, and then also issues about participatory and strategic approach to local governance. Our approach in the Constitution is to take the governance as low as possible, but ensuring that we have articulated the roles and mandates of each of the institutions that we have. So this is all some of the key elements that I wanted to share in terms of how do we promote safely managed sanitation. Thank you very much, Alex. Back to you.
Thank you, Engineer Chengo, for that presentation. So just allow me quickly to check if the CEO, what resources authority is in the room? Is he? Okay. Then Dr. Ganda? Okay. So we're good. Allow me also to check Engineer Peter Kahudhu. Are you? Okay. Mr. Biwott? Mr. Biwott, sorry. Then we have, what's up? Okay. Madam Agnes Mbugwa. Okay. Then Dr. Ngunjiri. Dr. Ngunjiri. Okay. Okay, I can see that. Then IP Water, I don't know whether there was a representative or... All right. So having said that, I was just making sure that when we get to the panelists, we don't... So allow me to introduce Dr. Julius Itunga, the acting CEO of WASREB. Dr. Itunga holds a PhD in business administration from JKUAT. He also has an MBA, a master's in business administration, and Bachelor of Commerce, both from the Catholic University of East Africa. He's a certified public accounts of Kenya, CPAK, certified public secretary of Kenya, CPSK, a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accounts of Kenya, and the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya. Dr. Itunga has over 25 years experience in public sector management, having worked previously in senior positions in Kenya Posts and Telecommunications Corporation, Stroke Telecom Kenya, Agriculture Development Corporation, ADC, and the National Biosafety Authority. He also worked as an associate lecturer at the Kenya Methodist University and has published extensively in referred journals. I was wondering why he looked familiar, but now I know why. I'll tell him after we're done. Daktari.
Thank you so much, Daktari. The presentation was there. Somebody to put it on? Oh, yeah, I can see it. Let me see. Where the technical... Where are they? Somebody to support us here. Oh, great. Remotely? I see it to reflect. Okay. No, that's the one for Engineer Chengo. Yes, that one. So good afternoon. Oh, sorry, morning. Good morning. Yeah, I think I woke up very early. I thought it's afternoon already. Yeah, and distinguished participants and all protocols observed. It's really my great privilege and honor to stand before you this morning to discuss the subject of sanitation, governance in sanitation. And I want to start by thanking WASPA for finding it fit to bring us together to discuss this topic. It's a topic that at the regulatory board has been very close to our hearts. We've closely looked at it, and you realize most of the companies have changed their names from water and sewerage company to water and sanitation companies. And that's what we advocate, because we find that there are WSPs with not even a meter of sewerage, but they were still referring to themselves as water and sewerage company. But sanitation cuts across. So the question is, how do we formalize it and really focus on it so that we can give our people dignity? So let's move to the next slide, please, whoever. Or can I operate from here now? Yes, thank you. So quickly, because I was assigned 10 minutes, and I was wondering how much can I do with 10 minutes? So I really struggled, at least to put something together that would take 10 minutes or less, so that we can get the panelists get into detail and analyze this subject. So quickly, I will be looking at the sanitation situation in Kenya, why regulation of sanitation, or why regulation of sanitation is key. Then briefly, the legal framework and the commitments, then the financing options for sanitation, stakeholder considerations and mapping. Then I'll quickly discuss the regulator's dilemma in this space, and I conclude. So I intend to take 10 minutes. So the situation in Kenya, only 26 out of 47 counties have sewerage coverage. So you see that is just slightly above 50%. And when we talk about the 26, what it means is they are not fully covered. You'll find they are somewhere in the region of 15% coverage in terms of sewerage, whereas the remaining 21 have completely nothing. And the 26, the population that is covered is about 80% of the total population of the country. So when you look at the Kara, that Kara, I don't know, those who are good in Karas, the one which is shaded, that's where we have sanitation. All the other parts, not sanitation, rather sewerage. All the other parts, they are no sewerage systems. So it means they are relying on sanitation, other forms of sanitation, all open. And when we define open, I remember when we were discussing a system we call Santracker, and I was asking the audience, what is human waste? And whether what I normally see, wherever I walk around where I come from, I see men standing by the nearest thicket. So is that open? Or is it is it contained? So we'll discuss those issues later. So the rest, on-site sanitation, which is basically non-sewer sanitation, about 77%, covering approximately 21 million, using shared facilities. So contributing factors, of course, we are all familiar. We have a rapid population growth that is not matched by growth in access to sewer and sanitation services. And therefore, we really need a conversation around this. Then there is inadequate and suboptimal financing to meet this demand. Engineer Chengo discussed issues of financing a bit, but you realize, and I'm sure most of the WSPs represented here, wherever we are discussing even the tariff, the issue of sewerage or sanitation is mostly not considered. We've not received submissions from most of you on sanitation or sewer services, because the thinking is doing a sewer system is expensive. So the moment you think of, incorporating that into the tariff gets off the range, and therefore we say no, let's wait a bit and see where we can get funding from. Yeah, so therefore inadequate and suboptimal financing to meet demand it's a big issue, and then discussion now, the conversation about the alternative to the sewer systems. On-site sanitations and small systems would basically costs less, and therefore I am convinced that the WSPs can start small with non-sewer and sanitations, maybe put together, areas that are close together, standalone systems to support the communities. And then, of course, the pro-sewerage political disposition, that thinking that we need sewerage, and being expensive, therefore, we keep postponing, and that has left us to where we are. Then utility inadequate data on the cost to serve. At times when we ask this question, how much would it take you or cost you to provide the service in area X, then data or the information is not available to facilitate decision making. And then the private sector focused on high returns. Of course, those of us who live in the peri-urban of the big cities, you realize you have possibly your on-site sanitation facility, and wherever time comes to exhaust it, you know how much you pay. And therefore, in some instances, you find the private sector players who have those exhausters who didn't go a long way in exploiting the consumers, particularly during the rain season when the water levels come up. And at this point, I would want to congratulate is it Mavoko? We were reading in the press about Kitengera, where some players were found emptying along the highways and on whatever places they could find, and they were put to account. So really we need to control some of these, I normally call them band manners, so that we are able to live also in dignity. The effects, of course, declining access to adequate sanitation and high disease burden, which Engineer Cheng has quite discussed. I won't go back into that, because we all know most of the diseases we suffer from either waterborne. For some reason, there is an element of water, either contaminated or the wastewater components, giving rise to the challenge of disease, and therefore the burden that results or comes about as a result of having poor practices in the area of sanitation. Then huge service inequalities. You find some areas are well taken care of, and others are, of course, quite neglected, particularly the low-income areas. So what is required then is, of course, to increase and optimize financing, improve investment planning, embrace off-grid or container-based sanitation solutions, and regulate non-sewer sanitation, and finally, adoption and regulation of citywide inclusive sanitation. So why is regulation then of sanitation key? Very, very quickly, because of time, I would really want us to look at it in terms of how the players in this space, and I start with governments at the two levels of government in our case. So sanitation services is a right, as we all know, enshrined in our Constitution, Article 43, and hence the need to track improvement in access. So for us really to know where are we need to track access. Otherwise, another generation will come out maybe next year or 2 years to come and demand that right, because it's there in our Constitution. So the two levels of government, of course, have to really be concerned that we need sanitation to be, of the level that is required for human dignity. Then help regulate environmental management. You all know what we are going through, particularly those from Nairobi, and I'm not sure of Kisumu, but in some areas I saw situations where we are disposing of waste in the lake, and therefore contaminating our very, very important resource. Nairobi, the Nairobi rivers, which in the 90s were clean water, which you could drink as you walk around. These days they've turned black. The national government is investing over 60 billion on Thwake Dam. And what it means is, since the catchment is the Nairobi rivers, then that dam is likely to go to waste unless something is done urgently. And yesterday, I remember the chair of the commission was here. Brigadier Murachia is also around. I'm sure he's still around, the CEO of the Nairobi rivers. And therefore, the government saw the need to clean those rivers and return them to the state that they should be. So environmental management, again, key. Then provides empirical justification for planning. So if we were to plan as a country, we need data that will inform decision making, and therefore the government at the two levels would require regulation in this sector that can support in providing information, in basically developing and setting standards that will guide on the disposal of wastewater, and therefore of great concern to the national government. Then the regulator, from where we sit, the need to protect low-income consumers or customers. Our main object is to protect the interests of consumers in the water services value chain, which basically includes sanitation or sewerage services or sanitation in general. And therefore there is very little we can do without really focusing on this area of sanitation as an alternative to sewerage, the general or the other types of wastewater management. Then the balance between access, affordability, and financial sustainability, basically for our WSPs, we need to sustain their operations so that they can continue offering that service to us, the people of Kenya, at affordable rates, and of course, ensuring financial sustainability that we as consumers can afford, and the company can also be able to run the business without suffering huge financial constraints. Then helps appreciates cost to serve. In regulation, basically, we always, as we discuss tariffs, one of our main objectives is really to look at affordability in tariffs that are set either for wastewater or for drinking water, and therefore for us to understand and appreciate the cost that is required to serve the nation in this area. Really, we need to put in place mechanism that will inform that space. Then ensure level playing ground or field for private sector. The private sector need to be assured. They need predictability. As an investor, you want to know that the sector is safe for you to put your resources or your capital in, and therefore the need for regulation to assure the investors or the commercial providers of finance that there is under in the sector and that they would be able to recover their investments in the long run. Then the utilities, key is operational efficiency, which I don't want to elaborate. I'm sure you are all familiar with operational efficiency, just for them to deliver the service at the most efficient manner. Then the issue of cross-subsidization, where maybe the low-income areas can be subsidized by the high-income areas. Those who are enjoying the sewerage services can subsidize those who don't, and possibly develop maybe small systems that can serve them. Then need to partner with the private sector, again, the utilities, in order for them to convince the private sector that if they bring in their finances or their funds into the sector, then they would be able to benefit from the business available, and therefore the need for regulation that would give comfort to the private sector to partner with our utilities. Then the private sector, of course, they expect policy predictability, as I said, and therefore whatever policies the national government put in place, whatever regulatory framework that the regulator put in place would give them that comfort that yes, there are opportunities here where we can invest in, make a return from our investment, while at the same time contributing to the national, socio-economic growth. Interested also to organize and formalize, organized and formalized sanitation services. I have no doubts, and I've been to different parts of the world, and I note that there are a lot of opportunities, investment opportunities in what in Kenya we call wastewater, but in other places it's a resource that is used for economic transformation and as a business. And therefore the private sector, both locally and internationally, really would want to see an organized sector that would contribute, would open the opportunities for them to invest. Then the legal and the framework and commitments, very, very briefly. Of course, I mentioned earlier, we have the Constitution of Kenya, which guarantees sanitation as a human right, and therefore the progressive realization on reasonable levels of sanitation cannot be overemphasized. Then we have our Vision 2030, which you are all familiar with, and it advocates for universal access to safe drinking water and improved sanitation by the year 2030. 6 years, if we are to live our dream, then we really need to change our direction on this particular area and focus on achieving our objective. Then the Water Act 2016, again, this is the guiding statutes that guides the national regulator on the mandate and the role to protect consumers, as I had earlier discussed. And basically, even as we protect consumers, we also have to safeguard the interests of other stakeholders in the entire value chain, because there is no way we would be able to protect the consumer without taking care of the WSP, without taking care of the private sector who are bringing in their capital, without taking care of every other, player in the value chain. So basically, that is the situation, the commitment, the Vision 2030, the Constitution that guarantees the human rights to water and sanitation, and the legal framework as put together in the Water Act and the Water Services Regulations. So the main issue in regarding sanitation basically is the financing options for the sanitation. The reason why, I'm sure, Chairman and your team, the reason why you've not been able to cover or to provide sewerage services in your areas of service is because of financial constraints. And therefore, we really need an elaborate plan on how do we overcome this barrier. The presenter before me talked about NAWASIP, which was heavily discussed at the two levels of government. And we are in the process. But before we realize that, what is it that we can do in our small way? And as a regulator, we have identified what we call the 4 T's. We've been on the 3 T's for quite some time: the tariffs, the taxes, and the transfers. But the trend now, particularly for wastewater trade, where we should no longer talk about wastewater in terms of disposing it off, but as a commodity for economic activities. So instead of saying dispose, because that's the key word that we always use, we use reuse. So I'm proud I saw Fresh Life around, and we all appreciate what they do. I hope they will have an opportunity to tell us what they do at some point. So let's not look at the wastewater as an asset to be disposed of, but as a factor of production. I recall when we undertook, I mentioned last evening that we were with the outgoing CEO in Denmark early this year and a few other officers. In Denmark, they import waste. That's what we were told, Agnes. They import waste. They import. Can you imagine? For us, we are talking about disposing. For them, they import as a raw material for production and other economic activities. Yeah? So the waste that it's a nuisance around us. We need to see an opportunity in it and really come up with serious modalities of how do we convert this waste into a raw material for, economic use. In Israel also, they waste nothing out of what we are calling waste. They run through, recycling processes. They separate water from the other mass, they process and manufacture fertilizer, which they later export to us and use it for the economic activities in the agricultural area. And the water is used for irrigation. So nothing goes to waste. So for us, it's a nuisance. For other countries, it's a resource that can change our fortunes. And I was imagining the Nairobi city, the wastewater in Ruai and the one that gets to Nairobi rivers. If somebody, serious investor, was to come around, convert it into fertilizer and water for irrigation, then the entire of the Lower Eastern would be another Canaan. Those of us who may have had the opportunity to visit Israel, things like apples. They don't sell them in any hotel. In fact, you walk in, you find a basket there. You pick and you eat as much as you want without paying a cent. And in Kenya, one apple is about 50 shillings, isn't it? So you can see the resources that we have, but we are not making use of it. And they use that wastewater to irrigate those orchards. So let's move from looking at it as waste to a resource. So in financing, yes, tariffs, we encourage WSPs to look at ways of, increasing sanitation coverage through use of tariffs. And where possible, we now focus on small systems so that we don't do a design which would cost us 10 billion. Of course, if you bring 10 billion, the moment we factor that into the tariff, I'm sure you won't be happy now saying WASREP must go. Yeah? But if you possibly came up with some hundreds of millions, it is easy. It can go through, you map a place, you serve the people, they will be happy. And the other people now will start demanding that we also want you to serve us the way you served that area X. And when you explain to them that we were able to serve them because of this increase we put here, they will be demanding that you increase so that you serve them. So we need to see results. So let's come up with innovative ways of how we can promote this area through the tariff. Of course, the areas of taxation, we are still in that taxation debate. I don't want to get so deep into it. But of course, we'll be appealing to the two levels of government, the same way we've done in the past, that we need to put more resources into sanitation, either at the county government or at the national government, through the taxes that are appropriated. But even as that space reduces, then we can leverage on the other space which we have total control of, so long as we can convince our citizens that whatever we are living over and above is getting back to them and to their best interest and benefit. Then transfers from our development partners, which we've enjoyed over time. Yes, for the last 60 years, we have enjoyed transfers, we have enjoyed taxes. Tariffs we are still there, of course, with a lot of resistance from either the consumers or some levels of government. Transfers, again, these cannot really be the areas where we can develop our country from. We need to start looking internally and ask ourselves, what is it that we can do? But we also appreciate our development partners, and we ask them to continue supporting the sector, and more so in terms of grants, because I'm told the loans are almost unaffordable. So those good friends of ours, the USAID, African Development Bank, World Bank, and all the others, please come forward and support us in this area of sanitation. Then trade, and I think more reason why we are here today is to appeal to those who have private capital, either through PPP or through, private venture. You can always approach the water companies where you see the opportunity. And I also want to appeal to the water companies to reach out to the private sector and also to make sure that they are operating in a very transparent manner, and that's why we are talking about governance also today, so as to attract. I've always said you can't attract anybody if you are not attractive So for a water company to attract an investor, they must have an attractive balance sheet, and they must also demonstrate to the world that they are transparent in their operations, and that whoever invests within their space would be able to get a return from their investments. So trained, and that will be able to give us the resources to a large extent which we require, either for major costs that we require in this space of sanitation, or for rehabilitation, and to support in meeting the regular costs of operations and maintenance. On operations and maintenance, our take is that particularly the urban and peri-urban WSPs should be able to meet full costs. At least they should be able to recover all their operations and maintenance costs if they are to run successfully, and also attract private capital to support in the major projects. So those are basically the areas of financing, and therefore planning is important in this respect. As we open up the sector, the regulatory framework and the legal framework is now almost ready to support private sector in this area. But even as we wait for the final review of the Water Act, which is at a very advanced stage, there are still opportunities. And there are those who are already in business, like the private vendors who are operating water tracking, or the exhauster services. They are in our space. So all we need to do is encourage them, formalize them, and of course also encourage them to be transparent. So then, what is the social dynamics and stakeholder considerations in all this? It is key that we involve the people that we serve. We involve all the stakeholders in the value chain, and we take into considerations their views and their needs. They are end users, they are providers of capital, they are service providers in various aspects. So we need to have a very elaborate and engaging stakeholder sensitization and engagement, so that of course they would also feel that their opinion is taken into account and they are valued, and therefore they would support the sector in what we do in this space of sanitation. And that's the consultation throughout the entire value chain of the implementation cycle, and then understand their perception. Something somewhere could be a taboo, and more so in this area of sanitation. There are those who would say, I can't have a toilet in my house, how can I? So we have a lot to do. The sociologists in the room, you have a lot to do. You have a lot of work to change that mindset and really make them understand that what is in that room just next there is not like that conventional toilet out there in the street. Others will say, how can we, share the same facility with our in-laws or with our children? Or there are so many dynamics in the social space. So we need to understand all this, and as we come up with whatever proposals we'll be coming up with, we make sure either we have transformed the people we are focusing, or we take into consideration their beliefs, the social settings, and then incorporate them in our plans. So planning, again, a continuous process at every stage. Otherwise, you can do a very good facility, and it just remains a facility. Nobody would use it because of a small social issue. So an area that really would be appealing that we seriously look into that. So engagement and collaboration with the key stakeholders. Again, I won't discuss this in detail, but basically there is the ministry and the county government to look at policy issues within their areas. And remember, the entire value chain, I'm sure we are all familiar with, and I saw a presentation touching on that. So I don't want to talk about the capturing, emptying, transportation, treatment, and now reuse. I talked about disposal and reuse, but I would, as the ambassadors for this space, I would want us as much as possible now to adopt the reuse as opposed to disposal. I did put disposal there so that we are of the same mind. So the national government, county government policies that are supportive to sanitation and that promotes, all the players across to participate in promoting sanitation in our country. Then regulation, I've discussed what we need to do, of course, set standards and monitor them and enforce. I know that is what WSPs don't like hearing, Chairman. Enforcement, compliance. But I always say, wherever we are discussing these things, we agree on the standards. So why is it a problem when it comes to enforcement? Otherwise, then there will be no need for us to sit here and discuss what we want to achieve. But when it comes to us now implementing, now we become enemies because we want to enforce what we agreed you should do. So we have that role to play, set the standards, monitor, enforce compliance, and report back to you that this is what's happening. The other agencies, like NEMA and WRA, also to look at their enforcement role in various aspects and the support in the sanitation management. The water utilities, the water companies, you know your role, you focus on it, comply with the regulations, with national government policies, county government policies, and deliver your mandate in terms of the service provision. And then the private sector, you play your role. Exploit the opportunity. It's an opportunity for investment. It's an opportunity for investment. Let's not look at that waste as waste. It is a resource. So come up with business ideas, move in, provide capital, execute your plans, and at the end of the day, you make your returns and support the country and the people to achieve that's dignity in sanitation. The consumers or households, of course, if you are being served, a service is being offered to you, be ready to pay. Be ready to pay. Play your part so that the same service can be extended to others and you can also continue enjoying a service that meets the standards that will give you dignity as a citizen. And then the regulator's dilemma, regulation of non-sewer sanitation. You are all aware that the sewer services are licensed, and we have licensed WSPs who are regulated, and regulations exist in this area. But the non-sewer sanitation is dominated mainly by the private sector players with no regulation, barely, with no regulation. It's minimal. And therefore the need to focus on this area. Sewer charges and fees usually are from the water consumption, but for non-sewer sanitation, again, we lack quantifiable parameters to develop those changes, and therefore quite a challenge to us. And then interfacing the non-sewage sanitation service providers with the existing WSPs. I remember last year and directed the water companies to register all the other providers within their areas of service. And the starting point is to have that database. Once we have the database, then the engagement now with the private players and agree on a modality in terms of changes, in terms of how they behave, and so on and so forth. And the Sun Tracker, which I mentioned earlier, would assist us in a great way to track those private players in terms of where they engage, where they dispose of the waste before, of course, we turn it to a resource. Then of course, how can it be done better? Public-private partnership models between the non-sewer and sanitation service providers and the public WSPs or the private WSPs. So within your area of service, that partnership is encouraged. Embracing the equal-serve for investment planning. This is what we are calling the sanitation assessment planning model to help us really plan for sanitation, and then wider stakeholder engagement, non-sewer and sanitation prioritization in the proper initiatives, and then cost-benefit analysis, that is non-sewer and sanitation vis-a-vis other options. So the need then to ensure that the green and off-green solutions are incorporated in the sanitation planning process. I'm almost there. Then finally, then the non-sewer and sanitation framework or instruments that are required. And remember, I think that's what Engineer Chengo was asking. We really need to have guidelines for sanitation services, tariff setting. We have the tariff setting for the other, the sewerage services and water services. So this will be an area of focus and will be coming to you for a discussion. Guidelines for inclusive sanitation service provision to promote safe and sustainable technology, and the service delivery will be again discussing this. And then guidelines for citywide inclusive sanitation planning, which I've just mentioned a few minutes ago, and this would include community participation, stakeholder engagement, cost effectiveness, gender, disability, and all those social, inclusion issues. And finally, the Sun Tracker 2. Commissioner Eva, I hope you are in the room. We've been working closely to come up with that tool that will help us track electronically all the wastewater handlers, particularly in the transportation. So in conclusion, I want to say that service providers, either private or public, should have the mandate to provide services accompanied by the duty to give account for results. So it's not only providing the service, not only charging a tariff, not only being there as a WSP, but you need to account for results. We need to ask ourselves, what have we achieved this year? What have we achieved in the last 5 years, in the last 10 years? And then that would inform us, how do we then accelerate the access as per our Vision 2030? So results. Then more investments do not necessarily mean increase in access, and we have seen this where billions of shillings have been invested, but at times not a single additional customer is added, nor a single additional rate of water is increased. So we want really to emphasize and challenge ourselves that we need to focus more on technology and finding the right mix of sewer and non-sewer sanitation. We don't have to wait, like if it is this village, there is this hotel now and all the people around here. We don't have to wait until we get a billion to connect to Kisumu. We can do our own small system around. Then data from regulator or regulators have to inform the planning and hence optimization of resources. And the citywide inclusive sanitation will also address service inequalities as well as ensure better cross-subsidization, where those who can afford really need not be left behind. Let those who can afford pay slightly higher and support the less fortunate within our society. Then the citywide, again, sanitation assessment planning to provide evidence-based investment planning in this space of sanitation. Then finally, I ask myself, lest we forget, look at that. When will these children have access to safe and adequate services? They are all over in quite a number of our parts of our country. You saw the map of Kenya, where there is sewerage. Of course, sewerage is worse. Water is also still, we are still not there in terms of drinking water. So is that dignity? To me, the answer is no. So the time to act is now, and for all of us. And therefore, the goal is to ensure that the 35 plus million persons without safely managed sanitation services by the year 2030. We focus on them. We ask ourselves, what is it that we can do in our small ways to make sure that at least the 35 million of us enjoy that safely managed sanitation by the year 2030. When you look at our impact reports, we normally report basic sanitation. We say basic sanitation, at least we are at 93%, with 7% still using our bushes. Yeah? So we need to ask ourselves then, how do we bridge that gap? And as soon as now. So with that, I really want to wish you very good deliberations, and let's move together, let's partner together, and get this country to the next level. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you. Please allow me to make a few adjustments so that you don't take tea together with lunch. Dr. Ganda, please come to the front. Engineer Kahutu, please join the other team in front. The MD Eldoret Water is already here. Lilian Omoga from WhatsApp. Groundwater Resources CEO, please join. The team that removed the seats can also help us return them so that we can fit. And then Dr. Ngunjiri. So to make this a bit easy and quick, hope the microphones.
It's working.
The ones for the bishops are the ones that are working. Anyway, so allow me just to ask the panelists one question each in the interest of time. And I'll start with the CEC Kisumu County Government. And this is with regards to your approaches to promoting good practices. I know that's a loaded question. At some point I was also in the health sector and I asked them the same question. And it was a very complicated answer. But please make it simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for that question. I think the previous discussants have already said so much that I did not repeat what citywide inclusive sanitation is. But Kisumu started from looking at how everything is usually looked at, is that if you are working together, then you are working in parallel. And what you realize, even from this conference, is that sanitation is covered by so many other elements. When you have departments of water, you see the national government has put water and sanitation. That does not completely cover sanitation. Because the Department of Health, you have people called public health officers who are very concerned with sanitation. Whereas in the Department of Water, you have engineers who are also concerned with sanitation. And so we had these parallel programs, and somebody saying that Department of Health takes care of stool until it enters into a hole. And once it enters into that hole, the other person takes it over. And so you can have so many holes created here, but a system created the other side. And so they are not serving. And so you realize that some of our sewerages were not even utilized optimally. You find where you have a sewer line is where you have on-site sanitation, where you have septic tanks and all that. And so what we decided to do is start this from an issue of governance. How do we all together work in one group? And what we formed was a joint intergovernmental committee dealing with sanitation, call it KIGIX. So this brought in the national government, Lake Victoria Water Works, it brought in the county government, and the two departments which are really concerned with sanitation. That was the Department of Water and the Department of Health. And then it also brought in the semi-autonomous government agencies which are involved with water and sanitation in the area. And for us, that was Kiwasco. Now that formed what we call the Apex Committee. The Apex Committee has a very simple role. First of all is to bring all these heads together and to say, where are we? So we started by doing an analysis of what everyone was saying, and we realized all of us had different plans. And we said, to all of us, then let's get together, get a consultant to give us our basis where we are right now. And I think that's where we are as Kisumu, having known and gotten a consultancy to get us a situation analysis, and now doing a plan of what we need to do into the future. I think that is now our approach as the KIGIX. And so this KIGIX will be the Apex Committee, supervising or providing oversight for all these bodies which are involved in sanitation. So all of us are working in one path towards a certain given goal. Thank you very much. I hope that was simple and precise.
Thank you very much. I'm Peter Biwott, MD Eldoret Water. I'm also the Vice Chair of WASPA. Probably maybe I'll talk and say, in terms of policies, first of all to say thank you to Dr. Itunga. That was a very elaborate presentation, and also Engineer Kimante for that presentation. So I'd like to say that in in terms of policies, I think Kenya has enough policies and legal frameworks as enumerated by Dr. Itunga. We've had Vision 2030. I know we are currently implementing the fourth medium-term plan, which is actually the last to 2027, ahead of 2030. And water and sanitation has been given as a clear enabler when it comes to improvement of human development index of our people. What I can say is that, first of all, because we've talked about investment planning, I think what Kenya needs to do in terms of this area of resource mobilization, of course, we hear that Kenya has inadequate financial resources, but I think if we can emulate what the Ethiopia Project Management Unit has done, what our CRA is doing actually, if we can be able to cost the cost of delivery of a public good, then we can be able to save a lot of resources which can actually be channeled towards sanitation. Because you realize that if you look at the way we implement our projects as a country, and I think this speaks to the Gen Z's demands which are currently online, that our projects are quite expensive. And that is why you find that in fiscal policies, what Dr. Ituka has spoken about, we tend to move towards raising more taxes and more rent so that we can get the income. If we can be able to cost and say, okay, how can we deliver, let's say, sewerage services in Kisumu compared to Elgeyo Marakwet, where it is hilly? It is likely to be cheaper in Kisumu and Uasin Gishu compared to Elgeyo Marakwet, where there are a lot of hills. So if you can come up with a national benchmark on prices, where even suppliers of services, those who do sanitation work, can be benchmarked and told, this is the price of delivery of sewerage services in Uasin Gishu, you can only get 10% out of it. We'll be able to save a lot of resources, which can help us to expand in terms of reach to the mwananchi. The other part, of course, is delivery of projects. A lot of projects are being done by the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation. There is need to be more public participation and engagement between national government and counties and most of water service providers in coming up with the priority list of projects and then ensuring that once those projects have been initiated, they be completed on time. That will save the mwananchi on the payment of the services. Because what happens in Kenya is once infrastructure has been actually developed, it is passed to the consumer to pay through the bills that you pay through water and sanitation services. If this can be checked and looked at, I think it's going to help us a great way. In terms of data, you've spoken about data. There's a lot of information asymmetry, just like you saw in that presentation there. And we have systems which have already been established so that Kenyans can be able to hold us accountable as we do our work. So if we can be able, as I've said, to document and share information on priority projects in the country, the cost of all those projects, I think we can be able to deliver our projects on time. So for me, this question of lack of finances, I think it's not, it's a good question, but I think as a country, if we look at it critically, we actually have resources. For those who did development economics, there was a question which was saying that why we think African countries are actually not resource deficient. And they were using churches. They were saying they build big churches. You know, they have certain indicators that actually show that these countries have resources. So I think it's a question that we need to look at and sharing of information as well, and then public participation, but of course, the more participation by county governments and water service providers in the decision of these priority projects and the costs of it. If this is not changed, the realization of the Vision 2030 targets, of which sanitation is 80%. If you look at the Vision 2030, the target for sanitation was put at 80%. We're still looking at urban sanitation. How about rural sanitation? So you see, we're still very far. And I think as we move forward towards 2027, the country needs to review. We review our policies, we review our Vision 2030. I know Vision 2030 came as a result of the best minister for planning, who was actually Professor Peter Nyang'nyong, who did economic recovery strategy for wealth and employment creation. The country grew up to 8% before 2007. And upon the success of implementation of that policy, the Vision 2030 came. The Vision 2030 is based on trickle-down economics. We are talking about bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So it's time to review the policy and come up maybe with what Rwanda has come up with, the Vision 2050. Then we can map out the indicators, know who is to do what. These issues of public-private partnerships, they need to be pursued at least cost. At the current prices, there is no private sector who will be willing to invest in water and sanitation. I can tell you for a fact, we have 2 rivers in Eldoret. The price of a cubic meter of water in Eldoret for that 2 rivers for a consultant who had been actually found was 230 Kenya shillings per cubic meter. An Israeli, a French investor could not take it up because it's very expensive. So I think we need to really have a lot of conversation on the costings of projects. Thank you very much for taking time, but I really had to say this so that we can pick the discourse moving forward.
Thank you, MD. You should be speaking to the Gen Zs on our behalf. Because I can see
the Gen Zs are correct, let me tell you. We need to listen to them.
Clearly, I have identified that. Engineer, the same question.
Thank you. I think now that I'm answering the same question, I'll be very brief because it has been answered. But having said that, I think as a country we have come from far. I think for those who came in Nairobi in the 90s or there about the Generation X, you would remember what kind of facilities you used to have in town where you could not even access. If you wanted to relieve yourself, you would find the facilities were very, very poorly maintained, isn't it? But the aspect of commercialization has brought a lot of life to the sanitation debate. And we really appreciate for this opportunity to have a conference which basically talks about sanitation. Probably I should have said my name first. I'm Engineer Peter Kahudu, the MD Nyeri Water. And in Nyeri we also have a scenario talking about commercialization, where we have a sanitation facility with a lot of competition, where we have all manner of groups, even some quotas you cannot imagine, they want to operate that facility. And we have a case study in Nanyuki also, Nanyuki Water. And so commercialization also adds a lot of value. The other aspect, when you talk of waste, I think we say waste is not a waste until it is wasted. So on data, because that is the question, the issue of data collection is quite important because it forms the baseline. It also gives informed decision when you come to planning of the projects. And scenarios are different. And that is why aspect of data, having the right data, timely data, correct data, will add a lot of value. It will also facilitate issues of design and also come with the right choice for sanitation to cap or to manage the sanitation gaps. We normally say going forward, because we have been talking of like sewer sanitation and non-sewer sanitation, now we need to think critically. The kind of proposals we are going to propose, they are not stopgap. They should be long-lasting solutions, because by the end of the day, we may not surely assure that we shall have sewer sanitation across board. So the other aspect is also to manage, apart from the technical data, there's also the employees' data, because employees play a very critical role in terms of resolving issues around sanitation. Without them, and in some areas they are quite degraded, I think it is quite important. And also we facilitate them as appropriate. For WSPs, I think there's a huge gap. If I can refer to Nyeri, for example, we talk of sewerage sanitation at 32%. We used to boast of non-sewer or sanitation in general at 99%, but now there's a difference between basic sanitation and just the other aspect. So as much as we may talk of basic sanitation, at 99, the big question is, where are we on the other part of sanitation, which we didn't need to put a lot of effort. So there are gaps, there are quite huge gaps, and we can only base these gaps on data collected, and that is why we also need to engage partnerships, the issue of partnerships, where we also bring the private practitioners on board. The other important part of it is also the consumer. We have seen the county government, national governments, the regulator, the utility, the private sector, but also I think the consumer needs also, they require to be brought on board. But we are alive to the fact that for us to move forward, we didn't need to do a lot. We didn't need to say thinking even without the box and bring all the stakeholders on board and also embrace the aspect of what the statement normally say from aid to trade. That is the aspect of commercial financing, so that we bridge the gaps we have and also come up with plans which will ensure the aspect of sanitation is improved across the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer. You know, I've just sit here. As I was sitting there, I realized the bus was leaning on this side a lot. So I'll move to this side for the sake of the ladies not feeling like there are too many men in the process. Lillian, please speak to us about M&E and why it's important.
Thank you very much, Alex. My name is Lillian Omoga. I work with WhatsApp, Water and Sanitation for the ABA, as it's commonly known. So my take on M&D is that right now, as we contextualize the national system, we do not have a monitoring, a sanitation integrated monitoring framework for the country. However, we have monitoring system that is sector contextualized. So at the moment, WhatsApp is supporting WASREB to come up with monitoring indicators, KPIs, for the national level. At the same time, Ministry of Health is being supported by UNICEF to develop the real-time monitoring information system. But this one is more based on on-site sanitation, while the one for WASREB is more is more broad because it covers both non-sewered and sewerage sanitation. Therefore, all these are aligned to Cash Policy 2016-2030, which provides for the development of both integrated, it provides for development of an integrated sanitation framework. However, it does not have any indicators. So there's also the National Draft Management Policy that it's still at the draft stage, that also advocates for development of M&D framework that is more inclusive and it encompasses all the sanitation value chain. So when WASREB will be coming up with the KPIs, we realize that when you go to WASREB website, in their monitoring system, which is WARIS, it's divided into two sections, sanitation and sewerage. But if you relate this to the Water Act, sanitation basically if you translate what WASREB means in terms of sanitation, it's basically on-site sanitation. But at the same time, the same Water Act does not provide water service providers with the mandate of on-site sanitation, because the water service provider's mandate is on to supply water and sewerage. So here is a situation where they now have to deal with also on-site sanitation. So what does that mean? That means that their capacity needs to be built. They need financial model. They need to be more innovative, but do they have this capacity? And this also brings us back to branding. As Dr. Julius was doing his presentation here, we realized that most of these water service providers, their branding is still under sewerage. So this is the time they are rebranding. But in real sense, they are rebranding, but do they have the capacity to manage both sewerage and on-site sanitation? Let me give an example of Malindi sub-county. Malindi is purely on-site, and right now we are implementing, with the help of WhatsApp, we are helping them to implement the CWIS plan, which we are trying to work both on the upstream and the downstream before the fecal sludge treatment plant is over. But the question is, do they have the capacity to manage the M&E framework? Do they have the capacity to ensure that the on-site sanitation is fully run through the value chain system? So M&E framework is not, it's a bit complicated when it comes to development until implementation, because even the CWIS plan does not have a backup of the M&E framework. And the water service providers who are already implementing these are staggering with the M&E concept. So the WSPs really need a lot of a lot of assistance when it comes in that area. So coming up with KPI indicators, WASREB really has a lot of work in terms of capacity building. And for the Ministry of Health, because they're concentrating on the real-time information management system, which is basically more concentrated on the on-site, that is SDG 6.2. This is more aligned to joint monitoring program. So you realize that each and every organization is more interested in what contextualizes with their programs, because JMP is funded with by WHO and also UNICEF, while when it comes to SDG 6.3, which is sewerage and wastewater management, it's more aligned to UN Habitat and UNEP, because they are more interested in how this wastewater is related to environment and more. They talk more of aquifers. So at the end of it all, we realize that we do not have that sanitation integrated M&E framework with accompanied indicators that should guide us through this process that WASREB is already working on. So when we talk about data and we bring in the factor of data desegregation, what do we mean by data desegregation? This is whereby we want to ensure that when we are collecting this data, nobody is left out, nothing is left out. We have to consider the socioeconomic factors, we have to consider the gender disparities, we have to consider the incomes and the menstrual hygiene concept, all that. So the M&E framework concept is a bit wide. And if we have to talk about also M&E, we have to talk about performance and universal access. Is everybody able to access these services that we want to provide? These water service providers, they are given the license to provide the area of coverage with sanitation. But this area coverage, we have both who are able, the urban poor or the rural poor, and those who are not, those who are capable of accessing these facilities. So the question is, what methodologies or what criteria are we incorporating to ensure that even those who are not able to afford these services, their needs are still catered for. That is what we mean by accessibility, universal accessibility. I'll still go back to Malindi because Kilifi is a highly poverty-stricken county, one of them. And when you work around Kilifi, or rather when you are when you do a socioeconomic survey in Kilifi, you'll realize that even subsidy cannot do much to the poor households, because most households live in less than $1 a day. So even if subsidy is given in terms of sanitation to improve those facilities within the households and all that, there is not much that we can do with subsidy. So the question still comes back to us as sanitation practitioners. We need to think out of the box. What other factors can we employ to make such areas reach the targeted goal in 2030? Then just another point that I want to bring across for the water service providers is that from the observation that has been keenly made, is that the water service providers focus more on households as compared to other institutions, forgetting that there is a lot of income, or rather a lot of money in the institutions, the schools, the prisons, the health facilities. And we are tending, as water service providers, we are tending to leave this burden onto the county government, the public health officers. So this is my challenge to the WSPs. Apart from water, which seems to be your main mandate as per the sewerage, as per the Water Act, what else can you do to improve on your situation in your areas on sanitation? Because recently we visited Bungoma County, and there's this project that is funded by KOICA, the Korean government. It's a water supply project that has been there for the past, I think, 6 years, if I'm not wrong. There was, we were told not to talk about water, but kindly are there with me. So there's this water project that has been funded for the past 6 years in stage 1, 2, and 3. And I believe that by now, Bungoma County has a lot of water coverage. But when socioeconomic survey was done, it was so unfortunate that it came out that only like around 40% households are connected, and plus institutions have access to water. Reason why? Because they cannot access the water due to a last mile connection. But the water is there, the accessibility is not there. So thank you very much, Alex. And
yeah, thank you, Emily. So I'll move to, I think there's another mic, so it's Strathmore, just to speak on the same topic, but just focusing more on how do we track progress to then, in that respect, assess impact. Sometimes it's important to also know if we're making progress or not.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Irene Gunjiri. I'm the director of Strathmore University Water Governance and Innovation Hub. And thank you for this invitation. I'm honored. So just to start from the first question, I think the moderator has organized this discussion quite well. The first thing was about disaggregated data, which Lillian has also spoken about. And this is important when then we move to talking about M&A. Because as Lillian explained, what is disaggregated data? It's getting small parcels of data so that we can tell a story, so that we can examine the trends and the patterns from this particular data. And then it means that it will be easier to monitor and evaluate particular projects, because we have meaningful data, and in a sense, we have ensured that nobody is left behind. Yes, so this disaggregated data is about equity and ensuring that even the vulnerable populations are carried out. Then once we have data, and we say data is king, especially in today's world, we talk about garbage in, garbage out. That's why the starting point of M&D is actually data. And then we talk about the quality of that data. So is it true? Is it accurate? Is it reliable? Yeah. So is it accurate? Is it telling the truth about the reality at hand? Then is it reliable? Is it consistent? Yeah, over a period of time. So then moving from there, we can then think about the different mechanisms that we can use. And there are different systems that we've had. Lillian has explained that we don't have an integrated system for M&A, but we have the RITMIS, the real-time monitoring information system, and then we have the CLTS, the community-led total sanitation. They exist, and they are wonderful mechanisms for tracking the progress that has been achieved in the area of sanitation. However, I thought I wanted to throw a twist into this conversation, because choosing which system you're going to use for tracking the progress and for tracking impact is dependent on a number of factors. Yeah. So first and foremost, who is doing the M&D? Who are you involving in this particular process? So are they practitioners, or are they decision makers? And so if you think about the setup of a WSP, we are talking about the technical people, and also because they want what is practical, what can actually work, while decision makers want results. So this is good to have in mind, to think, okay, so at the end of the day, who is the user? Who is going to use this particular system? Then we've talked about data, but then it's good also to think about the data type. Are we talking about quantitative, or are we talking about qualitative? So with quantitative data, then we are looking at outcomes and impacts. Yeah. Because it will be, then with qualitative, then what we are trying to measure is how and why change has happened. And I liked the presentations of the two speakers at the beginning of this panel session, because many times we rely on hard data and forget to look at the soft, which is the qualitative. And yet the qualitative data is what tells us the reason behind why people do things. And an important aspect that was brought in by Dr. Julius was the behavioral aspects. Many times we will not understand behavioral aspects from statistics. We will understand the behavioral aspects from the qualitative, those focus group discussions, those interviews, etc. Then how do we design M&D for learning? Yeah, because if we are thinking about impact, we have to think, are we learning from this particular process, or are we just, and that means that we need to capture both positive and negative data. And then what should be monitored as far as sanitation is concerned? And that's why this data that is quantitative or qualitative is good to keep in mind. So for example, if we talk about how many sanitation facilities have been put up, you can actually make a count of them. But then it's always good to remember that availability is not equal to accessibility. Yeah, so it could be there, but for example, women cannot access it for various reasons. Then it doesn't have sufficient privacy. Then it might need water for it to be functional. Is that water available? So these are questions that need to be thought about, even as we think about the M&E. And so what we are monitoring is an aspect, but it needs to be further broken down and unpacked so that we can give meaningful information that will help us track progress. Then when talking about impact and monitoring impact, it's good to also monitor the enabling environment. And that is your policy, institutions, and regulations. Dr. Julius and also engineer did a good job unpacking what this enabling environment is. But is the enabling environment favorable, to take in these changes that have to happen in sanitation? And then finally, is an issue that we try to talk about and promote at the Water Governance and Innovation Hub, and it's the issue of integrity. We are talking about governance, and we know that the problem that we have in sanitation, yes, we are talking about finances, but the main issue that we are talking about is governance. That's the real crisis. And so when thinking about monitoring and evaluation, and looking at the willingness and the ability to provide sanitation services to ensure that there is universal access, let's remember to focus on governance. And let us remember to focus on integrity, which is a central part of governance. And so this integrity at personal level and also at organizational level, because that is actually what will trickle down and actually catapult governance in the sector. So with those few remarks, I think we can move on to the next thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. Madam Bugwa, last but not least. This one, I think I will need to sit down. Because of when we talk about underground water and contamination, especially from facilities, especially in urban areas, do we even have enough data, for example, to make decisions about whether we should be sinking boreholes? Now I understand why I said I need to sit down. Like, do we know what's going on? Do we even understand the levels of contamination in the first place?
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm looking at the time, and it is noon. Where I come from, taking tea together with lunch is a norm. So we could eat our githeri, and then tunateremsha na chai. So we are okay, we are Africans. I'm geologist Agnes Bugwa. I'm the CEO, Regional Center on Groundwater. I normally tell many people that I'm placed where I'm supposed to be because I'm a hydrogeologist by profession. And so coming to my institution, that is Regional Center on Groundwater, it is mainly on issues to do with the underground. And so while the facilitator or the moderator is sitting down, the technicality about it. And here we are the government agency that flips and tell the government this is how it is down there. And that requires us now to do hydrogeological survey, groundwater mapping, so that we can be able to identify how is it down there. And for us who are technical, it's simple. We are able to use the machinery that we have. We have a kibada there. You can visit us, Regional Center on Groundwater. You can see the kind of machines that we are using. And currently, the technology is advanced. So I'm able to tell, now I'm in Kisumu. How is the geological status of underground there? When we have tremors, what happens? Is there anything that is affected? When we have the floods, is there anything that is affected? So that is our work, and so we will try to merge that with sanitation aspect. And then coming now finally to your answer, whether we have enough data. So what we have done so far, in most of the areas, we have been able to categorize the whole country into 3 sections. So we are able that now I'm in Kisumu. I'm in a mix of the volcanic and metamorphic rocks. So now I'm talking about down there. So then, when I move on to Rift Valley, I'll be in volcanic rocks. When I go down to the coast and going all the way to the northeastern, I'll be in sedimentary. So when I look at all these water service providers and how they are sorted in the country, so that is the first thing that any MD, together with the management, should understand. How is our geological status in our locality, so that we don't pollute groundwater? Do we have like fault lines? The other day we were doing groundwater mapping, and it will tell you a lot, even the geotechnical aspect. We were doing closely with a call, actually there are a number of them, with the Kiambu County. Kiambu County, you would think that they have a lot of water, service water, but yet they don't have anything. So they are depending wholly on groundwater. Actually, they have started depleting their groundwater. We had a very famous borehole that was artesian gushing water for forever. And finally, to date, it is dry. What does that tell you? That down there has been left a hollow. There is something, a vacuum there, that needs to be filled. So tell me, if a water service provider come in with their, what do you call them, the treatment works for the sewer water, and then they put it on top of that hollow, so it means the whole treatment plant, you start seeing cracks. Why do you see cracks? Because down there is a vacuum that need to be filled. So if you see the cracks, you not see them in a pod or for the sewer, that now crack will start leaking to groundwater. What will happen? You go drill a borehole, maybe 100 meters away, 80 meters away, to supply or to supplement water for your community, because you are a company for water supply and sewer. So that water now you recycle. And that water now, it goes to the system, but it is already polluted by your system of sewer. So we have a lot to do, because the presenters, that is from the WASLAB, the CEO, and also the director, sanitation from the ministry, they have mentioned a lot. But there is one component on the, they have talked about the whole system of sanitation, right from containing, transport, and then finally treatment. So when we treat, what do? We have the sludge. What about the, do I call it the liquid? Currently, we have the technology that is trying to trace the signature of the water that comes from, let's take for example, in Nairobi, the water comes from the central Kenya. So we are able to track that this water came from like Kikuyu Springs. This water came Dakaine. This Dakaine river comes from wherever. So we are able to track. So this water we are able now to track. It is from central Kenya to water supply through Nairobi Water, and then it goes now to Ruai, isn't it? It was mentioned today. If it goes to Ruai, now the whole waste is there. So in most countries where we have done a lot of checking and benchmarking, it means now that Ruai has to be a factory. For us to be water security, that Ruai has to be a factory. Any other water company has to see to it, the end, that this water is recycled to use. This sludge is used elsewhere. So that is the challenge we have. And we can borrow from many countries. that we can be able to get from the pit latrine. That is another issue that I've not talked about. Another just and simple way that we normally do it in our homes. We normally say, hii choo yangu nilichimba mpaka nikapata maji. And then, next to that choo, you have your well. Na hiyo maji unakunywa unasema, So, what does that mean? That toilet, pit latrine, is sharing with your well. So, you have a lot of cholera, diarrhea, and so many disasters in our country. And that now bring down the economic aspect of the country. So can we get the information from the right people? So we'll be starting to engage the water service providers so that we can advise them where do they have to place their big and mega and infrastructural water treatment plant or sewer treatment plant so that it does not pollute the water, the groundwater, which is for the future. Again, we have those treatment plants. They can be treated to be recycled. So this water that we are treating in most countries, they treat to be recycled. Majority of them, currently what they are doing, and that is the technology we also want to borrow, we want to do a pilot project in Nairobi. It is recycling, and then we inject to occupy the space and the vacuum that I had mentioned. We are calling them depleted aquifers. So that is what we are going now to do, because we have already abstracted a lot of water, and you have left a vacuum down there, and we need now to fill it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there was a minister in this country, and I remember very well I spoke to him. And probably I should have said she, so that you don't guess. And he was saying his focus was more on providing water and not necessarily on conserving water, because his primary responsibility was to ensure that everybody had access. So we didn't make a lot of arguments around that, because I knew that at some point that issue was going to catch up with us. And for sure, like the last speaker has spoken, it's already catching up with us. For some of us who were in South Africa in 2019, and subsequently, of course, who saw what happened in terms of people having woken up one day and found that they could not have access, we cannot then have conversations about sanitation, especially on site, without having a conversation around underground water at the same time. But having said that, lastly, because I know that I may not have a chance to come up here again today, there's the issue of reuse, and especially treatment and reuse. And I want to make a suggestion that probably we need a dedication conversation about that specifically. Number one, we have the Ministry of Health. We also have the Ministry of Environment, specifically because of NEMA. And the Ministry of Environment also has a document called a Sustainable Waste Management Policy and a Sustainable Waste Management Act. I think it's 2022 or 2023. For some of us who are involved in the development of that act, at least we had generous input. We know that there were guidelines that were supposed to be developed for purposes of ensuring that most of the private sector players especially, they will depend on the Ministry of Environment, especially NEMA, and at the county level, especially the utilities and the public health teams, to set up those facilities. I mentioned agriculture for purposes of ensuring that the byproducts that we create that can be utilized for purposes of food safety. And in terms of Kenya Bureau of Standards, you cannot commercialize that unless you're certified by KEBS. Standardization is a different process altogether. So I think even as we look at the different components of the value chain, it's important for us to have deeper conversations with some of these players so that then we can agree as a country that we don't have Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company having byproducts and Synergy or Sanitation having byproducts. And all of them are not under the same umbrella in terms of ensuring that we are giving to the public what has been certified and what has been agreed on by the country as a way to go. But as we do that, I think governance is a big issue. And I think this country, I like the optimism of the MD of Eldoret, or Wasingishu, Eldoret, yes, because he believes that our biggest problem is not necessarily that we are cash trapped, that it's possible for us to make money in all these processes. I want to appreciate the panelists for their contribution to this conversation, and apologies for having taken longer than we should have. But MC, over to you. Asanteni sana.
They are free now to leave at their own pleasure. Can we give a better appreciation, please? Is my mic on? Can come and check as we proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't want to interrupt that discourse because as we had guaranteed you that the devil is in the details. So today we took a deep dive into matters of sanitation. And Chairman, we declared, and the representative of the chief guest, that when we mention water here, it is an accident. And that is why you have had apologies, because we have been talking water. We have not looked at matters of sanitation. We want to realign the program, but I want to tell you, I think we were with the engineer Kahutu when we went to Los Angeles, California, the Hyperion Water Resource Treatment Plant. LA is unique because they don't have water of their own. They import water. But now what they have decided to do, they have a lot of groundwater that is contaminated. So they don't allow even a single drop of wastewater to go back to the natural system. They recycle it and they are now reusing it. And they are considering to ensure that the treatment will produce potable water, which again can be reused for drinking. So this is a very, very important conversation. So as we move forward, we want to suggest some changes because of our time. We want to appeal that the health break should not last longer than 30 minutes. So we expect that at 12:45, we should be in our breakout session. So breakout room 1, I need to clarify because I've gone there. So when you pass in between the exhibition booths, as you almost get into the reception, you don't use the doorway to the reception. You take your right. You will see a banner there. So that is the breakout, just after the booths. So don't go into the reception. Before you step into the reception, take your right. So that is breakout room 1. So breakout room 2, as you go to the tent the big tent, the other side on your right, you will see there is a conference facility. It has a name, I can't remember, but take the stairs. You have the Liberty? Yeah? No. The entire conference facility has a name. So it doesn't matter, you will see it. It's a very nice name. I don't know if it's a Maasai name. But you can choose, take the stairs, either the left or the right. But whichever side you approach, in the middle is the Victoria. Victoria is on first floor, and it is the breakout room number 2, according to your program. So as you move into the breakout, 12:45 to 1:45. So lunch will be delayed a little bit. So 1 hour for the breakout. Then lunch, we suggest that we also reduce the time. From 1:45, you should be taking your lunch to around 2:30. So that takes 45 minutes, which I believe is adequate. So that means by 2:30. I don't know if in terms of time, tunapatana hapo. So we have said we are going for 30 minutes for the tea break. Around 12:45. I know you may not complete 30 minutes, even 20, but uangalie boots kidogo. Then 1 hour, 1:45. So those who are moderating by 1:45, please ensure vacant possession of those rooms and people go for lunch. Lunch will be delayed because we are going for health break now, and it will be for 45 minutes. So we expect you back here at 2:30. Worst case scenario, 2:45, so that we don't interfere with the programs. As many as of the opinion say aye, as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. So the ayes here have it. The decision is not mine. I guided the process. So you are bound by that same decision. So in Parliament, when the nays have it, so it is upon you to implement. So enjoy your break, and let's meet in the breakaway. Then we come back to the auditorium here at 2:30. Remember, there is a gala dinner, and the code of dressing is African wear.
This conference on sanitation governance is very important for us because we are still low in achieving Article 43B that talks about every Kenyan should have adequate sanitation. When we talk about safely managed sanitation, we are still at 33%. That is extremely low. That's why we are having this conference, so that we analyze the opportunity we have and how can we ensure that every Kenyan
answer the call of nature in a dignified way. We need to involve the people who do research. We need to involve the people who undertake training, particularly training for engineers. Because engineers at universities are trained on sewerage. Sewerage is a small function, a small part of sanitation. We want to talk with them. We even embrace technology in terms of sewage treatment. I want to request stakeholders, I want to request academia, I want to request policy makers to come and join us together as we make our plans together so that we achieve our sanitation in this country.
The Sanitation Governance Conference is important to us as women because, number one, you understand that sanitation agenda is actually a women's agenda. It is important because even during the development of the sanitation policy, we were happy, we were glad to be invited to that table to give our views as women in the sector, because we not only understand it now from the professional view, we also understand it from the domestic view, that is the household view. So we feel it is important that the policies are actually passed and implemented. So ours is to push women out of their comfort zones. Whenever we see any opportunities there, we already understand the kind of qualifications that we have within the association. So we push who is relevant to move into that direction. Karibuni Kisumu, and I know that you're going to enjoy yourself. Other than that, Kisumu by night, it's fun. Kisumu by day, it's clean. I welcome all of you to come and be part of it.
The Sanitation Conference is extremely important to our nation because we know sanitation has lagged behind, and actually the level of service has also been very low, where coverage has been ensured, and sanitation is very key to the livelihood of the people, to improve their lives. We need to bring minds together and think, how do we do things differently so as to accelerate the achievement of our goals? Otherwise, if we do things the same way we have done them in the past, we do not expect to get different results. With the increase in population in the country, we really need to see how we improve on delivery of service to a good level. So I think this is a very important conference for the sector, so that the sector players can come up with different models and different ideas that can help us accelerate the achievement of sustainable sanitation service provision in the country.
Kenya Sanitation Governance Conference is of critical importance to us as a country in ensuring that we meet the requirement or the aspirations of our constitution that provides for a right of access to water and sanitation. We've put a lot of emphasis on water to the extent that we've almost forgotten sanitation, whereas sanitation basically is equally critical in ensuring that the people of Kenya live in dignity, and that the wastewater that we produce from the other side, which we have put a lot of emphasis on, is also handled in a better way. This conference would not have come at a better time, having just come from the challenges that we faced of the flooding the other day, and wastewater was all over, running all over, and contaminating even the very good water that we use for consumption. Then it is important that we have a conversation so that we can manage these aspects of sanitation.
It is important to understand why Nairobi Rivers Commission is coming into the space. is because so much has been happening which is not impacting positively on the achievements that we as a country expected to have. So the coming of the Nairobi River Commission is first to break the silo approach. We have very good work being done by our institutions, but we are not reaching where we are supposed to reach. Governance is a serious issue. So making this conference theme as promoting good governance for safely managed sanitation, for us is godsend, because we realize that most of the problems that we have arise from governance issues. We have systems in place, we have good plans in place, but because of poor governance, implementation becomes a challenge. This conference that is coming is going to first of all create awareness among our stakeholders on the need to come together, plan together, implement as one Kenya.
Third, 5th of July, we are going to be having the Kenya Sanitation Governance Conference and Exhibition 2024. We expect to have deep discussions about the challenges that are facing the sanitation sector, particularly on sanitation governance. We are doing better in water, but sanitation is still lagging behind, with coverage below 30%. Majority of the sewer coverage is actually limited to just 23 counties, and a lot of this is actually in Nairobi. So we need to start addressing that, and we are hoping the conference that is coming up, we can start discussing about the key performance indicators of sanitation. This has been done very well by water. We can be able to monitor where we are, and maybe that's why we have better data. But in sanitation, while we are lagging behind, we are also lacking data. We only have data at national level, but a lot of the disaggregated data at some counties is missing, and so you cannot monitor what you can't measure. So we need to first agree what we are measuring, and then see how we are doing. We are intending to bring stakeholders together. And if you are not part of the conversation, they say if you are not at the table, you might be part of the menu. So we want them to participate, to give their contributions, so that we don't have a skewed conversation from only the stakeholders who are there. And they can also give us recommendations. We have a lot of technically knowledgeable people within the sector, and this is the opportunity to be able to inform this space, particularly when you're talking about developing performance indicators for sanitation, which has not been done in our setting. That all of us from whatever sector we are coming from, whether it's government, whether it's private sector, whether it's the non-governmental institutions, that we can be able to come up with recommendations and a way forward that involves the views of everybody.
The state of sanitation in the country currently is very low, and this is the reason. WASPA, together with our water companies and our stakeholders, organize this great conference to only focus on sanitation, so that we can try to bring our stakeholders, government, to focus on sanitation, because we all know sanitation is dignity. I'm calling upon all participants, people who are in the sanitation value chain, to come and showcase what they have, so that we can utilize this as users in our individual towns or individual respective towns that we are in the Republic of Kenya. It's an opportunity for business, opportunity for learning, opportunity for sharing experience, opportunity for academia to come and learn from the practitioners.
WASPA, the Water and Sanitation Providers Association, and her partners, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the County Government of Kisumu, Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company, are delighted to welcome you to the Kenyan Sanitation Governance Conference and Exhibition 2024 that is scheduled to take place between 3rd to 5th of July 2024 at Siala Resort in Kisumu. And we welcome you to participate either as a delegate, as a sponsor, an exhibitor, or a presenter. This is very important because as a nation, in terms of sanitation, safely managed sanitation, the coverage is low, is at 29%. we require concerted effort to ensure as a country that within the Agenda 2030 framework, we are able to accelerate access towards safely managed sanitation for our entire nation. Our members, it is 30,000 per person for the 3-day conference. For non-members, it is 35,000 shillings. For exhibitors, it is 150,000. For members, non-members is 200,000. We have different sponsorship packages from the platinum sponsor of 1.5 million up to the bronze sponsor of 300,000. Most welcome. Thank you.
I have very good words for our CEO, Antonio Bugo, for the 7 years he has served this organization. He has really brought it up very well in the limelight, and I think we actually have a vehicle that brings our minds together in terms of capacity building and even helping the government in bringing these people together and bringing minds together and harnessing the various ideas that people have.
He's a visionary leader, someone who has been able to bring together the national government and the counties so that we can drive the water and sanitation agenda together.
My friend, CEO Anthony, a gentleman, he has a passion for water and he talks with passion.
If you look at Article 43 of our Constitution, it is succinctly clear that every citizen in this country has a right, and that right is to safe and clean water.
He's so dedicated, and for the time that I've worked with him, I've seen how committed he is, and I've no doubts where he's moving to. You still continue with the same spirit.
He's one person who knows what he wants at the end of the day. So especially when it comes to conference, he knows what he wants and will make sure it's delivered.
We've been able to grow and champion the skills in the water utilities where we have skills competition. And he had a way of even looking at challenges. Not looking at the challenge per se, but how do you come out victorious?
Water and climate change are inextricably linked.
Under the guidance of the CEO, Mr. Mbugo, we've been able to raise the profile of WASPA and the activities that we do, which are cross-cutting both locally and internationally. We've been able to amplify the benchmarking role that WASPA plays.
He's that kind of a leader who wants to see his employees or the people who are under him grow all the way professionally, spiritually, and also the social part of it.
He carries the staff along with him. We all look for greener pastures. I'm happy for him, and I pray that wherever he goes, he's able to develop also on the other side.
This conference on sanitation governance is very important for us because we are still low in achieving Article 43B that talks about every Kenyan should have adequate sanitation. When we talk about safely managed sanitation, we are still at 33%. That is extremely low. That's why we are having this conference, so that we analyze the opportunity we have and how can we ensure that every Kenyan answers the call of nature in a dignified way. We need to involve the people who do research. We need to involve the people who undertake training, particularly training for engineers. Because engineers at universities are trained on sewerage. Sewerage is a small function, a small part of sanitation. We want to talk with them. We even embrace technology in terms of sewage treatment. I want to request stakeholders, I want to request academia, I want to request policy makers to come and join us together as we make our plans together so that we achieve our sanitation in this country.
The Sanitation Governance Conference is important to us as women because, number one, you understand that sanitation agenda is actually a woman's agenda. It is important because even during the development of the sanitation policy, we were happy, we were glad to be invited to that table to give our views as women in the sector, because we not only understand it now from the professional view, we also understand it from the domestic view, that is the household view. So we feel it is important that the policies are actually passed and implemented. So ours is to push women out of their comfort zones. Whenever we see any opportunities there, we already understand the kind of qualifications that we have within the association, so we push who is relevant to move into that direction. Karibuni Kisumu, and I know that you're going to enjoy yourself. Other than that, Kisumu by night, it's fun. Kisumu by day, it's clean. I welcome all of you to come and be part of it.
The Sanitation Conference is extremely important to our nation because we know sanitation has lagged behind, and actually the level of service has also been very low, where coverage has been ensured, and sanitation is very key to the livelihood of the people, to improve their lives. We need to bring minds together and think, how do we do things differently so as to accelerate the achievement of our goals? Otherwise, if we do things the same way we have done them in the past, we do not expect to get different results. With the increase in population in the country, we really need to see how we improve on the delivery of service to a good level. So I think this is a very important conference for the sector, so that the sector players can come up with different models and different ideas that can help us accelerate the achievement of.
Nairobi is a unique location for a city perched high on the highlands of the Rift Valley. The global environment capital and 10th highest capital city in the world has highland forests and wetlands that give rise to a multitude of rivers and streams. Of these rivers that flow across the city, three are centrally located, and Meka Port is referred to as the Nairobi River Basin, Ngong River, Mathare River, and Nairobi River. We'll travel across the city following these three rivers and highlighting their path and the environmental challenges they face. Ngong River is reputed to be Kenya's most polluted river. It rises from a spring near Ngong Road and flows east towards Kibera. The river is dammed at the Jamhuri Park Dam to provide water, as it is largely unpolluted at this point. The second tributary, Motoine River, springs from the extensive forests near Dagoretti and flows parallel to the southern bypass into the Ngong Road forest and onwards towards Kibera. The two rivers confluence outside Kibera informal settlements and flow into the Kibera Valley as Ngong River. Ngong River experiences its first ecological challenge in the informal settlement as untreated sewage and human waste is dumped into the flowing river. The effects of pollution are soon evident as Nairobi Dam chokes in the hyacinth of Ngong River's polluted waters. Nairobi Dam was once a primary source of water for the capital. The dam also hosted a sailing club and was a popular recreational spot in the post-colonial decades. Ngong River flows out of Nairobi Dam as filthy black water before crossing Mbagathi Way towards Langata Road. The river flows under Langata Road across Nairobi West and South Sea before crossing Mombasa Road towards South B, where it encounters further pollution. In this midsection of Ngong River, the mix of industrial and human pollution choked the river. The industrial area, Kenya's premium manufacturing hub, is located on the banks of Ngong River. The establishment of the industrial zone in this location was partly influenced by the availability of fresh water from the river. Mukuru informal settlements line the river banks adjacent to the industrial area and form the bulk of the landscape along Ngong River between South B and Outer Ring Road. The industries and informal settlements both pollute the river as they discard industrial and human waste flow downstream. By the time Ngong River approaches Outer Ring Road, it is reputed to be the most polluted river in Kenya. The river crosses Outer Ring Road near Donholm and flows east past Kayole and the Soweto informal settlements, where more pollution from human waste is dumped into the river. The polluted Ngong River finally joins Nairobi River in Jerusalem, ending its journey across the city. The story of Mathare River is a story of contrast. The river shows the socio-economic divide in Nairobi as it flows along a deep, wide valley in the central part of the city. Like the case of the other rivers in the Nairobi River Basin, Mathare River springs out of the ground in the highlands west of Nairobi and flows south of Limuru before it is dammed at Kabete Dam. Kabete Dam offers a recreational site and acts as a source of water. The river pours out of Kabete Dam and silently snakes beneath a green canopy through the green suburbs of Lower Kabete, Loresho, Spring Valley, and Muthaiga. As it approaches Thika Road near Pangani, Mathare River is joined by the first of its tributaries, the Kipagare River, which flows from Kangemi through Westlands and Parklands. The second half of Mathare River sees a change in the face of the river as the deep, wide valley changes from a tree-filled profile to dense settlements. Tall apartment blocks line the short Pangani section before the river flows into the Mathare informal settlement. This section of Mathare Valley is flanked by Juja Road and Thika Road on either side. Between them lies a V-shaped valley where Mathare River flows. A peculiar feature of Nairobi's informal settlements is their existence in deep river valleys where they are not easily visible when traveling across the city. Mathare River faces significant pollution in this section. Untreated sewage and human waste is dumped into the river, which provides an easy discharge route in a place devoid of planned infrastructure. The second tributary, Kituduru River, flows from Limuru through Kitusuru, where it lends its name to the estate, before snaking through Sidiria Karura Forest and Muthaiga Golf Club to join Mathare River behind Utalii College. Farming is undertaken along the Kituduru Valley between Thika Road and Utalii College, as the river has not encountered significant pollution at this stage. The rivers then confluence and flow towards Outer Ring Road, past Kariobangi north to Lucky Summer, where Mathare River ends its journey by joining Nairobi River. The Dandora dam site and Dandora Falls are found near the confluence of Nairobi and Mathare River. From the largest tropical swamp in Africa, Ndiri Swamp, located outside Kikuyu town. At this nascent stage, Nairobi River flows through Kikuyu, Udhiru, Kangemi, and Kawangware, where it is joined by several other small streams. The high-density population of the upstream section of Nairobi River is in contrast to Ngong and Mathare rivers and presents the challenge of pollution right from the outset. Nairobi River continues its flow through Mudangari, past James Gishuru Road, Westlands, and Riverside towards Chiromo, where it is joined by Kericho River. At Mishuki Park, the potential of a rehabilitated Nairobi River becomes evident. The cleanup and reforesting of Mishuki Park has turned what was once an illegal dump site into a green haven within Nairobi's Central Business District. Shaded walking paths by the river and an endless canopy gives a glimpse of a potential non-motorized walkway along Nairobi's rivers. Beyond the CBD, Nairobi River continues its eastward flow, passing through Dara, Karioko, Komba, Majengo, and Shaurimoyo. Unplanned developments such as unofficial markets and informal settlements have cropped up along this midstream section of the river valley. Nairobi River continues its journey through neighborhoods in Eastlands. The river flows south of the Kenya Air Force Base in Eastleigh, separating the military airport from Shaurimoyo, Kimathi and Buruburu estates. Beyond Outer Ring Road, Nairobi River flows past Kariobangi South towards Dandora, where it is joined by Mathare River. Nairobi River then flows near Dandora dam site, where the threat of pollution intensifies. A few meters from the confluence of Nairobi and Mathare rivers is the Dandora Falls. The lost recreational value of the Dandora Falls is immediately obvious. Even with the stench from the Black River water, the beauty of Dandora Falls is evident. The falls are not the only lost heritage in this section. Buried under the pollution is the heritage of urban colonial resistance. This location was the site of the Battle of Dandora Swamp, where Mau Mau soldiers put up a spirited fight against British colonialists in October 1954. Beyond Dandora, Nairobi River is joined by Ruaka River and Ngong River at Njiru. In Ruai, treated sewage from the Nairobi Sewage Treatment Works is released to Nairobi River before the river dramatically tumbles down the scenic Ruai Falls. As it approaches the end of its journey, Nairobi River meanders its way and flows into Athi River. The rivers of Nairobi form part of the Athi River basin that drains the eastern escarpment of the Rift Valley. Athi River crashes down the 14 falls near Mount Kilimanjaro, then flows round the mountain through the heartland of southeastern Kenya. Flowing adjacent to Yatta Plateau for over 250 kilometers, farms line up either side of the river valley where fruits and vegetables are grown in bulk. Each drop of water from the polluted rivers of Nairobi River Basin ultimately finds its way into Athi River, and this filthy water is used to run these farms. In a twist of fate, the food grown along the river ultimately finds its way back to Nairobi, causing health complications for the residents of the city. The health crisis is also keenly felt along the Athi River Valley. The pollution of Athi River has also affected development projects like the Thwake Dam, as observed by the Auditor General. Rehabilitation and cleaning of the rivers of Nairobi will ensure the 82 billion shilling project is viable and guarantee water provision from the dam. At Savo, Athi River is joined by Savo River flowing from Mount Kilimanjaro. The river then flows through Savo East, finally draining its waters into the Indian Ocean outside Malindi. With the river path that flows centrally across a major metropolis, the urban challenges of housing, planning, and waste disposal converge to present an ecological challenge to a river basin that holds so much promise and once served as the city's primary source of fresh water. The formation of the Nairobi Rivers Commission was a first step in the right direction towards rehabilitating the river basin after which the city is named. The Commission has undertaken a zoning exercise in conjunction with riverine communities, dividing the rivers into several zones from where the cleanup efforts will be coordinated. Satellite offices stationed in each of these zones will host by the agency teams involved in the cleanup effort and serve as coordination points for the Commission's work. Riparian mapping undertaken by the Nairobi River Commission is of critical importance to the success of the rehabilitation work, as it helps identify encroachment in pollution zones. The Nairobi River Basin has the distinction of being a river basin that rises and flows within a metropolis. Recognition of the unique nature of this ecological challenge is central to the work that the Nairobi Rivers Commission is undertaking. Rehabilitation of the Nairobi River Basin will offer great benefits to the residents of Nairobi and Athi River Basin and return this waterway to the natural treasure it once was.
This conference on sanitation governance is very important for us because we are still low in achieving Article 43B that talks about every Kenyan should have adequate sanitation. When we talk about
Nyambati. Thank you, Wakili Ojwang, for always being the cheerleader. Let's clap for Mr. Nyambati as he comes forward. Next online is Mr. Fred Nyongesa from Water Resources Authority. Karibu Nyongesa. Engineer Felix Lukwa from Nairobi Water. Mr. Anthony Nyaramba, the incoming CEO for WASPA. Madam Elizabeth Wamboi, Wash Voice. And last but not least, Dr. Charles Oyaya, the Executive Director, International Development Institute, Africa. This will be a very unique session in the sense that our constitution stipulates that we have Kiswahili as the national language, English and Kiswahili as the official languages. Since yesterday, we've been speaking English. So what does that say? This session is going to be run in Kiswahili. Are you ready? Anyway, since we're in Dala, there's a very high chance that when you speak Kiswahili, you lose everyone. Because Kiswahili is not your mouth for those who are locals, right? So we'll still convene this session and engage in English. Thank you very much, and may I take this opportunity to welcome Brigadier Joseph Murashia, the CEO, Nairobi Rivers Commission. He's a seasoned government officer, a military man. See how he walks to the stage. He's going to give us a brief about the commission, run a short video so that we have some background information on this new commission. As the chair said yesterday, it's a very, it's a new baby. It's the baby actually of all these institutions that are gathered here. So welcome, Brigadier Murashia, and please take over.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Grace, all the panelists, and the participants of this very important conference. I think before I continue, it's important to note that NRC is represented by a few commissioners and few members of the Secretariat, because the others are busy somewhere. And therefore, may I take this opportunity to introduce Commissioner Ojwang. Please just wave to the, yeah. Then I have Commissioner Eva Moher, please. Thank you very much. Of course, Commissioner Grace Mesopir has spoken here. Then I have members of the Secretariat. Just rise up and say, wave to the crowd. Wale, nyote. Yeah, those are the members of the Secretariat. I was coming to the to the advisory. So Anthony has been a member of the advisory of the commission, and therefore it is important that you know how we started working together. Before I go deep into what we are trying to say, I want to introduce NRC, because Nairobi Rivers Commission is a new baby, about 15 months old, and not many of us understand what the commission is all about. Sometimes we are mistaken for being implementers of some activities, whereas we are not. But before I do that, I know the panelists will be introduced, but I want to introduce myself. My name is Brigadier Murashia. I'm a serving brigadier in KDF. I come from the Kenya Army Corps of Engineers, the only engineering unit in KDF. I've worked previously very closely with the chairman here, Mr. Kenya, before I joined the commission, so we are good friends. And somebody was asking, how did the military man end up in the commission? I think it is important to shed light so that as we continue, we know where we have come from and where we are going. About 2017, you remember the previous government devolved the Madaraka Day celebrations where we were going to the counties. That is the time I actually started working with the national government in the military, because those Mashujaa Day celebrations were being held in the counties, and the counties did not have the appropriate facilities in terms of stadiums to be able to accommodate both the military and the other activities that go with the celebrations. So I remember we started in Machakos. Machakos Stadium was there, but it did not accommodate the other element of the military parade and all those things. So having come from the Engineering Brigade of Defense Forces, I was brought in to try and match the two. And therefore, from that day up to today, I have been working in the national government in the national projects. I went to Machakos, Kinoru Stadium, Kakamega, Bugoma, Nyeri Kabiruine Stadium, and the last one is Ebu Stadium, which hosted Madaraka Day last year. And that is a stadium I am happy about because I did it in 90 days. 90 days, if you go to Meru, ukipitia hapo Embu, angalia hiyo stadium, you will remember me. And I think it is important. If you don't go to Meru, when you see Uhuru Park, I'm part of that project. And if you go along Rangata Road, you go to Uhuru Gardens. That is my project. And I think that explains all. Now, Nairobi Rivers Commission. The commission was established through a Kenya Gazette Notice number 14891, December 2nd, 2022, under MCA and the Climate Change Act. The commission draws its secretariat from existing government ministries, departments, and agencies. So we are not employers. To be able to execute our mandate, we are appraised under the office of the president and by extension under the office of the deputy president. What does that tell you? We have all the whipping powers to summon you as an institution and guide you on what you are supposed to do. And what was the reason behind the establishment of the commission? I think in the eyes of the leadership, something was lacking. Because all the institutions which are represented here, dealing with sanitation issues, Nairobi County, Nairobi Water, Athi Water, Thika, all these, we could have been doing our work, but maybe not very well coordinated with other ministries. We have the Ministry of Water, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Rats, all these and those other institutions that needed to be brought together so that there is synergy. So the silo approach is what actually was being eliminated here. And that is why the commission exists. Very quickly, the mandate of the commission is as outlined there. The first one is to reclaim the rivers as a spine to the city's blue and green infrastructure. The second one is the commission is supposed to examine previous reports and recommendations which have been made before and adopt lessons learned, and of course, discard what has not worked. Undertake an assessment of the rivers related to the current future issues under the NABRE program to restore. Now, the reason why I have highlighted, sorry, it appears I was good. I have highlighted that in blue because the mandate is to coordinate the activities of the various prayers, to engage in the rehabilitation, protection, all that, towards transforming the Nairobi River system into a new economic and retail frontier of the city. And this is where we dwell on. We are a coordinating institution. We don't implement, we don't execute. We coordinate other government institutions to deliver what by law is their responsibility. And that is why we are under the office of the president, office of the deputy president. So that if it is a requirement for the ministers, for the CS to come and contribute, then they have somebody beyond them who can convene them, who can call them. At our level, we will convene you, we may discuss, but beyond us, sometimes we may need somebody else to do that on our behalf. Now, the jurisdiction of the commission is outlined there. We cover Kiambu County, Kajiado, Nairobi, Machakos, and Makueni. Why? Because Nairobi Rivers Basin, which has 3 rivers, and you will see, Nairobi, Mathare, and Gong rivers, those rivers originate either from Kiambu or Kajiado. Gong originates from Kajiado. Mathare originates from Kiambu. They pass through Nairobi, then flow southwards, southeast, through Machakos and Makueni counties. So what we do upstream directly affects Machakos, Makueni, and eventually the people of Coast Province. And that is why it is important to note that. To be able to continue, may I be assisted here, I want to play a very short video, about 15 minutes. 2 videos, one will outline how, or show you how the rivers were, and 3, the second one will try to show us what we have been doing and where we are heading to. And I think
Nairobi is a unique location for a city, perched high on the highlands of the Rift Valley. The global environment capital and 10th highest capital city in the world has highland forests and wetlands that give rise to a multitude of rivers and streams. Of these rivers that flow across the city, 3 are centrally located and make up what is referred to as the Nairobi River Basin: Gong River, Mathare River, and Nairobi River. We'll travel across the city, following these 3 rivers and highlighting their path and the environmental challenges they face. Gong River is reputed to be Kenya's most polluted river. It rises from a spring near Ngong Road and flows east towards Kibera. The river is dammed at the Jamhuri Park Dam to provide water, as it is largely unpolluted at this point. The second tributary, Motoine River, springs from the extensive forests near Dagoretti and flows parallel to the southern bypass into the Ngong Road forest and onwards towards Kibera. The two rivers confluence outside Kibera informal settlements and flow into the Kibera Valley as Ngong River. Gong River experiences its first ecological challenge in the informal settlement as untreated sewage and human waste is dumped into the flowing river. The effects of pollution are soon evident as Nairobi Dam chokes in the hyacinth of Gong River's polluted waters. Nairobi Dam was once a primary source of water for the capital. The dam also hosted a sailing club and was a popular recreational spot in the post-colonial decades. Gong River flows out of Nairobi Dam as filthy black water before crossing Mbagathi Way towards Lang'ata Road. The river flows under Lang'ata Road across Nairobi West and South Sea before crossing Mombasa Road towards South Bay, where it encounters further pollution. In this midsection of Gong River, the mix of industrial and human pollution choked the river. The industrial area, Kenya's premium manufacturing hub, is located on the banks of Gong River. The establishment of the industrial zone in this location was partly influenced by the availability of fresh water from the river. Mukuru informal settlements line the river banks adjacent to the industrial area and form the bulk of the landscape along Gong River between South B and Outer Ring Road. The industries and informal settlements both pollute the river as they discard industrial and human waste flow downstream. By the time Gong River approaches Outer Ring Road, it is reputed to be the most polluted river in Kenya. The river crosses Outer Ring Road near Donholm and flows east past Kayole and the Soweto informal settlements, where more pollution from human waste is dumped into the river. The polluted Gong River finally joins Nairobi River in Jiru Town, ending its journey across the city. The story of Mathare River is a story of contrast. The river shows the socio-economic divide in Nairobi as it flows along a deep, wide valley in the central part of the city. Like the case of the other rivers in the Nairobi River Basin, Mathare River springs out of the ground in the highlands west of Nairobi and flows south of Limuru before it is dammed at Kabete Dam. Kabete Dam offers a recreational site and acts as a source of water. The river pours out of Kabete Dam and silently snakes beneath a green canopy through the green suburbs of Lower Kabete, Loresho, Spring Valley, and Muthaiga. As it approaches Thika Road near Pangani, Mathare River is joined by the first of its tributaries, the Kibagare River, which flows from Kangemi through Westlands and Parklands. The second half of Mathare River sees a change in the face of the river as the deep, wide valley changes from a tree-filled profile to dense settlements. Tall apartment blocks line the short Pangani section before the river flows into the Mathare informal settlement. This section of Mathare Valley is flanked by Juja Road and Thika Road on either side. Between them lies the V-shaped valley where Mathare River flows. A peculiar feature of Nairobi's informal settlements is their existence in deep river valleys where they are not easily visible when traveling across the city. Mathare River faces significant pollution in this section. Untreated sewage and human waste is dumped into the river, which provides an easy discharge route in a place devoid of planned infrastructure. The second tributary, Getaduru River, flows from Limuru through Kitusuru, where it lends its name to the estate, before snaking through Sigiria Karura Forest and Muthaiga Golf Club to join Mathare River behind Utalii College. Farming is undertaken along Getaduru Valley between Thika Road and Utalii College, as the river has not encountered significant pollution at this stage. The rivers then confluence and flow towards Outer Ring Road, Paskario moving north to Lakisama, where Mathare River ends its journey by joining Nairobi River. The Dandora Dam Site and Dandora Falls, found near the confluence of Nairobi and Mathare River. From the largest tropical swamp in Africa, Ndiri Swamp, located outside Kikuyu town. At this nascent stage, Nairobi River flows through Kikuyu, Udhiru, Kangemi, and Kawangware, where it is joined by several other small streams. The high-density population of the upstream section of Nairobi River is in contrast to Ngong and Mathare rivers and presents the challenge of pollution right from the outset. Nairobi River continues its flow through Mudangari, past James Gishuru Road, Westlands, and Riverside towards Chiromo, where it is joined by Kericho River. At Mishuki Park, the potential of a rehabilitated Nairobi River becomes evident. The cleanup and reforesting of Mishuki Park has turned what was once an illegal dump site into a green haven within Nairobi's central business district. Shaded walking paths by the river under an endless canopy gives a glimpse of a potential non-motorized walkways along Nairobi's rivers. Beyond the CBD, Nairobi River continues its eastward flow, passing through Ngara, Karioko, Komba, Majengo, and Shaurimoyo. Unplanned developments such as artificial markets and informal settlements have cropped up along this midstream section of the river valley. Nairobi River continues its journey through neighborhoods in Eastlands. The river flows south of the Kenya Air Force Base in Eastleigh, separating the military airport from Shaurimoyo, Kimathi and Buruburu estates. Beyond Outer Ring Road, Nairobi River flows past Kayubangi South towards Dandora, where it is joined by Mathare River. Nairobi River then flows near Dandora Dam Site, where the threat of pollution intensifies. A few meters from the confluence of Nairobi and Mathare Rivers is the Dandora Falls. The lost recreational value of the Dandora Falls is immediately obvious. Even with the stench from the Black River water, the beauty of Dandora Falls is evident. The falls are not the only lost heritage in this section. Buried under the pollution is the heritage of urban colonial resistance. This location was the site of the Battle of Dandora Swamp, where Mau Mau soldiers put up a spirited fight against British colonialists in October 1954. Beyond Dandora, Nairobi River is joined by Ruaka River and Ngong River at Njiru. In Ruai, treated sewage from the Nairobi Sewage Treatment Works is released to Nairobi River before the river dramatically tumbles down the scenic Ruai Falls. As it approaches the end of its journey, Nairobi River meanders its way and flows into Athi River. The rivers of Nairobi form part of the Athi River Basin and drains the eastern escarpment of the Rift Valley. The river crashes down the 14 falls near Mount Kilimanjaro, then flows round the mountain through the heartland of southeastern Kenya. Flowing adjacent to Yatta Plateau for over 250 kilometers, farms line up either side of the river valley where fruits and vegetables are grown in bulk. Each drop of water from the polluted rivers of Nairobi River Basin ultimately finds its way into Athi River, and this filthy water is used to run these farms. In a twist of fate, the food grown along the river ultimately finds its way back to Nairobi, causing health complications for the residents of the city. The health crisis is also keenly felt along the Athi River Valley. The pollution of Athi River has also affected development projects like the Thwake Dam, as observed by the Auditor General. Rehabilitation and cleaning of the rivers of Nairobi will ensure the 82 billion shilling project is viable and guarantee water provision from the dam. At Savo,
Savo,
that river is joined by Savo River flowing from Mount
Kilimanjaro.
The river then flows through Savo East,
finally draining its waters into the Indian Ocean outside Malindi.
With the river path that flows centrally across a major metropolis. The urban challenges of housing, planning, and waste disposal converge to present an ecological challenge to a river basin that holds so much promise and once served as the city's primary source of fresh water. The formation of the Nairobi Rivers Commission was a first step in the right direction towards rehabilitating the river basin after which the city is named. The Commission has undertaken a zoning exercise in conjunction with riverine communities and divided the rivers into several zones from where the cleanup efforts will be coordinated. Satellite offices stationed in each of these zones will host multi-agency teams involved in the cleanup efforts and serve as coordination points for the Commission's work. Riparian mapping undertaken by the Nairobi River Commission is of critical importance to the success of the rehabilitation work, as it helps identify encroachment and pollution zones. The Nairobi River Basin has the distinction of being a river basin that rises and flows within a metropolis. Recognition of the unique nature of this ecological challenge is central to the work that the Nairobi Rivers Commission is undertaking. Rehabilitation of the Nairobi River Basin will offer great benefits to the residents of Nairobi and at the river basin and return this waterway to the natural treasure it once was. Nairobi is a city that has numerous rivers flowing within its boundaries, owing to its location adjacent to the Rift Valley Highlands. These rivers flow west to east across different parts of the city and have shaped the urban landscape and story of the capital. For instance, all informal settlements in the densely populated Nairobi are found along river valleys. These settlements go back to colonial times when Nubian soldiers conscripted to fight for the British colonialists in the World War settled along Gong River Valley. This early settlement along a river valley in Nairobi would later become Kibra and the template for informal settlements across the city. Similar settlements were also taking shape along the Mathare Valley in the pre-independence decades. Following independence and lifting of restrictions on Kenyans accessing the capital city, immigrants into Nairobi found river valleys to be the only place they could set up informal settlements in the expensive, highly zoned city. In time, informal settlements lacking sanitary infrastructure proliferated along the numerous river valleys of Nairobi, causing a housing and later an environmental crisis. Encroachment of river valleys in the upstream sections of Nairobi, which happened to be the affluent neighborhoods, also took place in the post-colonial decade. Following the heavy rains experienced during the months of March and April 2024, a special cabinet meeting was convened on 30th April to deliberate on measures required to mitigate the effects of torrential rains on life, property, and livelihoods of the people of Kenya. The cabinet received and considered a weather forecast report from the Meteorological Department indicating that the ongoing rains would persist in intensity and duration, and warned that the situation could get dire because the soils around the country were fully saturated. The cabinet further noted that the relevant government agencies had completed the mapping out of all the fragile ecosystems around the country, which posed grave danger to public safety and health in the likely event of further precipitation. Consequently, the cabinet directed that all members of the public residing within these risky areas are required to move out within 48 hours. These include areas near dams and other water reservoirs in public or private land, areas prone to mudslides and landslides, and riparian lands along rivers and other water courses across the country. All members of the public affected by this directive were notified on 1st May 2024. The government had put in place measures to support the evacuation and temporary shelter of those affected by this directive in the event that they required assistance. Further, the government had identified public spaces in various parts of the country where those affected would be given temporary shelter, together with the provision of essential food and non-food supplies. While the government encouraged voluntary evacuation, all those who remained within the areas affected by the directive are to be relocated forcibly in the interest of their safety. National Government Administration officers are directed to work with county governments, humanitarian organizations, and other stakeholders to ensure that the process of notification, evacuation, and shelter provision is carried out in a timely, humane, and effective manner. The National Disaster Operations Center will provide the coordination of government ministries, departments, and agencies. Development partners, humanitarian organizations, and other stakeholders were urged to ensure a seamless and coherent exercise was conducted throughout the country. Security agencies were to enforce this directive with the support of the National Youth Service. The Office of the Deputy President immediately convened a meeting on 4th May, bringing government ministries and development partners to harmonize resource mobilization and coordinate disaster response to mitigate further loss of lives and destruction of property and livelihoods. In Nairobi, the effects of flooding on people who lived on riparian lands had been devastating, especially in the informal settlements along the Nairobi River Basin. The Cabinet directed that people living within the 30-meter riparian corridor to move out within 48 hours as their lives were in danger. The Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development was directed to fast-track the rollout of social housing program to accommodate the many people living in the informal settlements, giving priority to those who will be vacating the riparian land. The Ministry and county governments were expected to enumerate and document all the people that will be vacating the riparian areas for purposes of consideration in the social housing program. Nairobi Rivers Commission, Nairobi County Government, and the Ministry are directed to work with the communities living along the three main rivers of Nairobi, Mathare, Ngong, and Nairobi River to create an additional 30 meters planning corridor for future development of social housing, parks, roads, and other public utilities. Following the directive, Nairobi Rivers Commission coordinates all the stakeholders, including the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Lands and Urban Development, Water Resources Authority, and the security agencies to ensure that the operation was implemented humanely and in a dignified manner. To the surprise of many, the communities living along the rivers who were expected to resist the evacuation joined the national government and called upon all structures built within the riparian area to be demolished, whether they were permanent or temporary. By 15th of June, all the occupied riparian land within 30 meters, covering approximately 75 kilometers within the Nairobi, Mathare, and Ngong river valleys, except for Lang'at and Kibera, had been evacuated and demolished. This paves the way for the next phase of transforming the rivers into the frontier of the city through landscaping, construction of walkways and cyclist lanes, community parks, constructed wasteland and decentralized sewer treatment plants, and modern bridges. By reclaiming the riparian land, the cleanliness of the rivers has improved by 60% through reduction of raw sewer and other forms of waste to the rivers. It is expected that once this transformation is completed, the rivers within the city will regain the lost glory and cleanliness. The communities living within Nairobi and downstream to Machakos up to the Indian Ocean will once again enjoy the clean waters from these rivers.
and resourcing for our programs. The CS yesterday in his speech appraised us on the new models that we could consider in these partnerships. One of them was the public-private partnerships. And these are challenges that we need to interrogate. So what we embrace as models, they must be models that serve the future of this country in a sustainable manner. And this, we rely actually on the private sector to help us foster this, because as Kenyans, we know the challenges we are facing in financing, the debt burden that we have. So if we do not innovate on financing, then we may not be able to achieve the plans that we have. As we leverage innovative financing, we also scale up our efforts and accelerate progress towards universal access to safely managed sanitation. Fostering effective governance and collaboration is not merely a necessity, but a strategic imperative for expediting the provision of safely managed sanitation. By enhancing collaboration, streamlining policies, engaging communities, and cultivating strategic partnerships, we shall proudly be part of the society that is building resilient communities and cities that serve the large populations that our cities are expected to have by the year 2050. The Nairobi Rivers Commission remains steadfast in leading these efforts to enhance quality of life. Safe and dignified sanitation is our goal. The health of our rivers, our cities, and our people depend on this, and each one of us has a role to play in meeting these goals. To achieve this, we must have a shared vision. We must flow together in one direction as a people. And on that note, let our rivers flow for a prosperous Kenya. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A better round of applause for the chair. And without losing the energy, and in the interest of time, allow me to invite Director Nyambati. He's a director at the State Department for Devolution, a seasoned government officer with a wealth of experience, and he has worked closely with the Nairobi Rivers Commission. He sits here today to represent the PS State Department for Devolution, Madam Terry Mbaika. So I'll go straight to the question. Director Nyambati, kindly highlight to this forum any successful initiative or project that has been undertaken by the State Department that has effectively enhanced collaboration between the national and the county governments.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. One of the successful initiative is what has been highlighted here. Nairobi Rivers Commission initiative to reclaim and evacuate human habitation along the riparian land in Nairobi. And that has been successful, and we've witnessed from the videos that have been shown here that yes, indeed, it is a successful initiative. And despite being led by the Nairobi Rivers, it was a multi-agency kind of initiative, and therefore we very much embrace an integrated approach to such initiatives. One other initiative that has been under the purview of the State Department for Devolution and has been successful, and which I'm very sure that many of you are aware of, is the Kenya Devolution Support Program. Many programs and capacity building for counties were done under the Kenya Devolution Support Program 1. And those of you, us who come from various counties, you have either seen a hospital or a bridge or a school, something done under the initiative of the Kenya Devolution Support Program, which was a World Bank supported program, and it was meant to capacity build all counties so that they can be effective and efficient in service delivery. And the other component within that was to do what we call value chain processes at county level to enable counties to utilize locally available materials and therefore maybe create employment and create market for the produce within those counties. Maybe some counties have got apple tours supported by that program, and others have got potato industries or processing plants. Others have got banana if you go to Kisii. So that was the capital project initiative that was under the Kenya Devolution Support Program 1. Another initiative we had commonly, but within 16 pilot counties, is called the IDEAS. IDEAS is initiatives under devolution space, supported by European Union, and some selected counties, which was done by the summit. The summit is that meeting between the national government and the county government leadership, that's the governors, or the council of governors. And those of you who come from those selected 16 counties, you might have seen some projects, capital projects initiated at that level. Currently, we have embarked on Kenya Devolution Support Program because of demand, 2, and it's also supported by the World Bank, and we want to sustain and consolidate the gains that have been realized under the devolution space. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Nyambati. And just back to the floods again. We have witnessed the floods and we've watched in the video. And Director Fred Nyongesa is director at WRA. He is also a friend of the commission, a very key stakeholder in the work that we do. And from the video, a lot of contribution has come from this particular stakeholder. So clearly we are coordinating well, as Mr. Nyambati has put it. So now tell us, how do we, which are these steps that you're taking to prevent water contamination as WRA, and especially in flood-prone areas, as you've just seen in the video and beyond?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take this particular opportunity to first of all thank the conveners of the Sanitation Forum, and in particular, the Nairobi River Commission for this particular session, for us to discuss matters of the waterways. As it has been already put through the videos, it is very impressive. But let me put it across. It is impressive, but it needs our efforts to be put together. So what I would want to share with you is that from the onset, we appreciate the coordination being given by Nairobi River Commission, where all levels of citizenry in the government, in the private, as well as non-governmental organizations are coming together. First of all, let me begin by saying, of course, one, Water Resources Authority has that particular regulatory framework with the national outlook. Many times, us in Kenya, we have always related with very many other places not thinking of Nairobi being a flood-prone area. We are conversant with Putarangi. Where we are in Kisumu, I know very well we are very much conversant with Nyando, and the other side we have the Kucha Mikori. Down to the coast we have the at least the Tana River, and many other places. Of the recent past, as it was also highlighted during this particular presentation, in the month of around, towards the end of March, April, we had very high levels of rain, precipitation, and Nairobi witnessed it. And that one was one of the issues that also awakened us. As an authority, we worked together with the Nairobi River Commission, together with other stakeholders, and we identified and prioritized the rivers that we needed to at least intervene. As we had seen, we saw the video, those were the rivers, the three major rivers that were played and explained by the CEO of Nairobi River Commission were only prioritized as the waterways, which were conveying water from the upstreams and going down to the ocean. Let me say, we had challenges to that effect, but through that kind of coordination, we ended up at least marshalling the communities and the rulers, and we were able at least to save their lives, as it has been put. We had tents or evacuation places where communities who are affected by the floods due to the flooding were moved to. For the case of Nyando, I know very well we have well-established evacuation centers. And in Nairobi, similarly, it was done that way, where people were affected were moved and then they were supported from those centers. As WRA, we also went ahead and undertook what we call the monitoring. Monitoring with aspects of, within those kind of flood-prone areas, how are people affected? Because those are the areas where it was said from the onset that on-site sanitation, where we have built latrines, we have people with the past sewer systems, and with this flooding, it was now transiting to our waterways, both as surface water as well as the groundwater. Today in the morning, we had the CEO of groundwater who mentioned elements of the cracks in the ground. So I would want to say, as an authority, WRA, it will consistently and continue working amongst other stakeholders, as it has been pointed out by the chair of the Nairobi River Commission, under the highlighted thematic areas, so that we avoid the silo approaches we have always had and work together, because we are working together for the good of our environment, for the good of the biodiversity, for the good of the pollution management challenges we are faced with that is really affecting the freshwater resources that supports our socio-economic development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Fred. And if you look at this panel, if you exclude me, there is agenda imbalance, a serious breach of the Constitution. So I'll jump to the lady, the only lady panelist that we have, and she will speak about what is the situation like when it comes to the involvement of women and youth. From the videos, you can clearly see that a lot of the people who are affected are women, youth, and children. So kindly bring us up to speed on what is the involvement like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the panelist is anything to go by, what you do say is the involvement, especially for youth and women. I don't see any Gen Z here, So that one is left out. And I'm just sitting here, I would say so. So therefore, the involvement, I would say, from the picture created even on this panel is very low. Having said that, I would also want to talk about when it comes to the unserved areas, who would you find there? That's the other imbalance. You'll find the youth, who are the pit emptiers, and you'll also find the women who are struggling with their children. You hardly find grown-up men in that space. So the first imbalance is, where are you standing from? If you are standing from the point of need and a point of exclusion, you will find the other gender that side and the youth. If you come to the space of policy and decision making, then the balance is on the other side. So it's a seesaw. So as soon as, and therefore, sanitation being recognized as a human right becomes a cliché. It is only at the point of discussion or at the point of mentioning it that it is a human right, because it's more a human right to the people on one side and not for all. When you think about rivers and pollution from sanitation, I would want to look at it in two areas: the people being served and the infrastructure. And that brings me to the sheet flow diagram, which talks about risks, the fecal waste risk from the whole value chain, and I will also add the markets. Who usually will you find in the markets, especially the markets where we are selling food? Women. But they are not in the decision-making table. So what happens? They are at the community level, but not at the policy and decision-making table. The other thing, when you talk about the value chain, and starting with containment, we seem to be aligned to innovations that have no gender perspective. And I want to talk about menstrual hygiene products. It is a by the way. That is where you'll have a bin, and in the households, there is even no that bin. And even when we have that bin, there is no policy on how or where it is supposed to be disposed. Therefore, when you go to the rivers mostly, you'll find sanitary pads, and especially in areas where they don't have those bins, because the bins are also paid for. So when you talk about cleaning the rivers or the environment, without putting a gender perspective on it, clearly it does not cover the whole spectrum. The other thing, when you talk about, still at containment level, when you talk about ambience, even in a big hotel like this one, when you get into the superstructure, which is the toilet, you don't find a bag holder. And normally us women will be having our bags, isn't it? Because we have things that we can't leave behind. So you're forced to be very uncomfortable, you have to hold your bags. And unlike the gentlemen who just put their bags and stand and finish, we also have to sit. So clearly, that has been left out. And even when you talk about the environmental pollution and the rules are very gender insensitive, because handling of menstrual hygiene, handling of other gender issues are regulated. But as much as they are regulated, they are not in the framework of how they should be handled. You are told you can't put your sanitary pad inside the water, inside the flush. You shouldn't put it in the toilet, because when it comes to removing, it's blocking. You know, it's solid waste. It is solid waste at one point, but at the other point, it's sanitation waste. And therefore, when it comes to emptying also, it is treated as a solid waste because it makes it very difficult. If you talk to the people who do the sanitary bins and how they transport them and where they transport them to, it's a whole mess. They're regulated by NEMA, but they're only told on what not to do. What to do, there's a gap there. So if there's a gap, what happens? It gets into the environment and then to the river. And if you check, if you see the rivers that are passing through Nairobi, mostly you will see there are very many sanitary pads inside the rivers. So unless there is a solution and an innovation that takes care of gender alignment, 4.5, Nairobi, we are about 5.4 million people, isn't it? 53% are women. Even put it as 40% of those women are menstruating. And without a proper aligned policy on how to manage menstrual hygiene, you will still continue having a problem in the rivers. Treatment and disposal. 75% of a pad will not, so it will remain, yes, it will not disintegrate. So it will remain as solid waste. And because that solid waste cannot be put, because of dignity and also because of regulations, it will not be put in the other solid wastes. Where does it end up in? In the environment. Something to think about. And lastly, if you think about the treatment and reuse, apart from the human waste, which is blood on that sanitary pad, it remains mostly the same product. But because of socio-cultural issues, it is more condemned than any other waste. So even the rethinking of reuse, rethinking of not even reusing it as it is, but even rethinking of removing part of it for reuse, which clearly has not decomposed, has not changed in any way or in any nature, is unthinkable. And I am yet to see anyone who has thought about recycling the pads.
Thank you, Amboy. I think that is food for thought. You'll answer your second question without giving out the mic. Kindly let us know how...
Maybe we need to agree here, Madam Moderator,
yes,
that time is not our best ally. We are already 5 minutes past 2. So is 15 minutes adequate to complete the entire session?
Yes, it is.
Because we want it cleared by 12:20. 2:30 we also start. I know you'll be late for lunch. So would, with a lot of indulgence, please, 5 minutes. Then we can move other questions to plenary, which will not even be answered.
Yeah, we can finish within 15 minutes.
Thank you.
So how do we address the gender gap? Because it's a very pertinent question in the room.
That was the last question, and I'll just say inclusivity, and that's the answer. Just inclusivity in all areas.
Thank you, Engineer Lukwa. We cannot talk about generation of Nairobi rivers if we do not have a conversation with you. About the sanitation and sewerage infrastructure, what are these challenges that water service providers experience?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First, for the Nairobi River Commission, we are happy as Nairobi Water that brought us on board. You had us on board not as a part of the problem, but part of the solution. Now, before I outline the challenges, probably I would just give an overview of the sanitation situation in Nairobi. Because with the sanitation situation, it's then that we are able to come in as the WSP in the manner of operations and maintenance. So we've got about 51% of Nairobi under sewerage coverage, and then the remaining 40% is on-site sanitation. And the on-site sanitation is catered for for the case of Nairobi Water, the private exhausters. And we've got a total distance of about 2,000 kilometers of sewer line, treating 200,000 cubic meters of wastewater per day. So that's quite huge. So because of this, many times appreciating the fact that the Nairobi River Commission found us as a part of the solution, many times as the operators we are considered the culprits But the truth of the matter is that this requires a concerted effort from all the stakeholders. Because one of the main challenges that we encounter is attributed to sociocultural or behavioral change. Because we've got, which I consider actually the single most biggest problem, is misuse and abuse of the sewer lines. Dumping of solid waste, blocking the sewer lines for urban agriculture, and such related. So someone opens a manhole. First of all, they don't even open, they steal the manhole covers. When the manhole is open, they dump solid waste in those the manholes. Then they go to the social media, they pronounce that Engineer Lukwa is not doing his work. Why? Because the manholes are blocked. But the root cause of the problem is ourselves. So if we had a change in culture and attitude by the residents of Nairobi, we would improve. And even on the issue of private exhausters, we are striving very hard so that we digitize the operations to minimize on dumping in the rivers and designated areas. So the other challenge is actually the infrastructure is old, is aged. I usually don't like saying dilapidated because we strive as a company to ensure that we rehabilitate. And other speakers have talked of the financing options. Financing may not be forthcoming, but with the liaison with other stakeholders, purely majorly the water, those are the infrastructure developers, then we can be able to have a solution to that. Then another problem which is closely tied with the riparian evacuation is encroachment. You see, most of our trunk sewer lines naturally run along the rivers. So when you find settlement along the river riparian, then it also affects our smooth operations. But we are glad that at least with the indulgence of the Nairobi Rivers Commission, we are able to, at least, like at the moment, if you walk along the demolished areas, the cleared areas, you'll find most of our manholes are now exposed. So we can easily identify the overflowing sewers and we can correct the situation.
Thank you, Engineer. And we have Mr. Anthony Jaramba, who is a former CC Water from Mombasa County, now the incoming CEO, WASPA. This question is related to Engineer Lukwa's question. How can we best support the counties to maintain the sanitation infrastructure? Because he has elaborated very well the challenges along the infrastructure. How best can the counties be supported?
First, I was not a CEC for water. I was a CEC for lands, housing, planning, agriculture, livestock, fisheries, tourism, but I was the chairman of the Water and Executive Committee for Water Environment Committee for Mombasa County government for 4 years. There was a substantive CEC for that, but we had formed a committee for water. So just to correct that. But subsequently, after the first time, I became MD Mombasa Water. So I continued my water journey from there to date. I would like to add to what Engineer said here. We've had a succession of problems in the county governments. Some of them emanate from lack of knowledge. Some emanate from change of laws. You remember when the water laws changed from 2002 up to the current to 2016. Sewerage itself, at some point, had been left with the former local councils, what were called municipal councils, county councils, etc. I don't know how Nairobi was, but Mombasa and the other counties around had that issue. So you'll find that the boards which were there before the water companies were managing some of those responsibilities. So that was one of the things that was a problem. The other one was preference of people prioritizing water over sanitation. As much as we would like to talk about financing, I agree with the engineer, we need to look at financing not just as financing, but models of financing. Because if it's financing right now as we speak, Malindi, along the coast, there is a World Bank program called WSDP, of which 50% of the money is grant. But if you compare what Malindi has done excellently with that money, together with support of WSUP, is not comparable with the other counties, which probably have been given the same amount of money. So the financing models and how they're implemented and how they're executed is one of the things that we need to look at. The other thing, what had been mentioned early in the morning, participation of private sectors. If you look at what our vice chairman said, costing. I remember previously when I was in the county government, we came up with a planning model called Mombasa Vision 2035. If you go to YouTube, you'll find it. We planned Mombasa for 20 years from 2015 to 2035. And we significantly looked at each and everything, including water, which we proposed to have a desalination. And 2018, we started working that journey, except that we found that it's too expensive. 2.7 kilowatts of water needs at least, 1 cubic meter of water needs at least 2.7 to 2.8 kilowatts of power, which at 20 shillings is almost 56 shillings. It's impossible to start at that point. But if we could work on that element, that could also work. If that works, then we can also create models along the same way and do support for sanitation. Something else, leaders. You know, everything rises and falls on leaders. I once tried to explain to a council of governors, because by the way, I was national chairman. I'm the pioneer chairman of all the CCs in Kenya, all the 480 CCs in Kenya. I was their pioneer chairman from 2013 up to 2017. And last year we formed a CC circle where I was again appointed as chair. So I sit here also as chair of the CC circle for all the CCs. And one of the problems, we went to a council of governors meeting in 2014 and tried to explain to them how, as much as water is important, what comes after water is also significantly important. Because you can choose where you can buy your water from, but you can't just choose where you're going to pee. You have to be very specific where you're going to pee. But you can buy your water from anywhere and everybody sells water. So we try to emphasize that. But I was shocked that some of the significant people in the Council of Governors Committee for Water and Sanitation didn't think that is very important. So lack of knowledge, probably the wrong leaders, and I pray that this Gen Z work that you have started, this process could continue. So by at least minimum 2032, we can do away with this kind of leadership that probably is unable to understand what you're talking about in terms of the future. I want to thank the Nairobi Council as I finish. I mean, this is awesome. If you look, again, I will challenge you, go to our YouTube page and find what we did with Mombasa Vision 2035. It's on YouTube. Just type MV 2035, because we believe it's a ship that needs to sail and head to a certain direction. This is exactly what I've seen, some of the models I've seen here with the Nairobi Rivers Commission, and it's awesome. This is what we need, and this is what we need to move forward. So my last point is this. We need to have deadlines. The other day, the president was being asked, when are you going to do these things? And he said something like, what did he say? He said something like, watch this space. So he was asked, okay, watch this space. Can you be definite? He says 7 days. Now, this is what this sector is asking us. When are you going to do these things? So as much as we have these discussions, even in a conference like this, we should be able to do in every conference a review of actionable, by who, by when. And then when we come back now to report in the next conference, then we're able to say, this is what Dr. So-and-so said. And this responsibility was given to this thing. So the rapporteurs that we have here can we be able to significantly look at all these things and specifically tell Nairobi Water, this is your responsibility, you need to work on that. And that's what the counties are missing. But because they are not probably represented wholesomely the way we are represented here, we, the players around, take that responsibility and put it right under their desks or their doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Njaramba. And I must confess that the rapporteurs are Gen Zs, so they have captured that very well. Gen Zs Muko. Finally, last but not least, Dr. Oyaya, he spoke yesterday at length. So this moment, we already have the draft Kenya Sanitation Management Policy. It's a draft form and it was shared widely. Most speakers talked about it. Now what we need to understand is, do we have a coordination framework as a country that can guide policymakers in the sanitation space? And also on research, because I know you are a researcher, research and data, how best can we approach this issue so that all matters, research and findings on sanitation can be put together, that as we make decisions, we know exactly, like we have a one-stop shop for such findings, so that the information is easily accessible and easy to use to inform policy. And someone to let us know if we have gone beyond the 15 minutes, then you let us know.
Thank you, and thank you, Nairobi Rivers Commission, on sharing what you do, what you are established for, and it is very clear. My first probably observation is that I don't actually envy you. Why do I say that? Because you have the responsibility for coordination, collaboration, but also whipping responsibility, and whipping those who are unwhippable. And this actually brings us to the framework. And the first question is whether we have a coordination framework. My answer is yes and no. Yes, because from what I have listened to, Nairobi Rivers Commission, one of its mandates is to coordinate, is to enhance collaboration, and to bring different players together, both in the context of the national environment, but also in relation to the counties along the entire, I would say, Nairobi Rivers channel, if I put it that way. The reason probably I would want to say, and this one I'm coming from 3 dimensions to respond to the 2 questions. One is at the superstructure level. And I want to understand that Nairobi Rivers Commission, in looking at management of sanitation and particularly enhancing on-site sanitation as part of the overall rivers regeneration, which you have defined in terms of reclamation, in terms of restoration, in terms of protection, and so on and so forth, is put in the context of a very complex power map. Power, functional, and if you like, delivery framework. And this is where now the issue of coordination comes. You did, for example, mention that you are anchored on the MCA, isn't it? That is the basis upon which the commission is established. But that is just part of it. If you come to the environment that you operate and coordination is expected, you have the environmental sector, which is concerned, and the director there has spoken about part of it, which is water resources management, and there was talking around that, and there are established structures within that, with clear agency, and so on and so forth. If you come to the environment, you have NEMA. If you come to the public health side, you know, and so on and so forth. Then in terms of that structure, we have certain things which are immutable. For example, you talked about, is it 5 counties, including where I'm resident, which is Kajiado. The principle is that each of those structures are distinct and are only called upon to work with you in a collaborative, cooperative manner, isn't it? So you cannot exactly whip them to do what they need to do. Then, of course, we are talking about the urban context. And you know the urban management is within the context of counties. So that is why I don't envy you in terms of that structure. But thank goodness that there is a clear framework that we can engage and respond as appropriate. And I think that is where you are asking, do we have a coordinating framework? Yes, we have those who have been charged with that responsibility, but the extent to which they are inclusive and brings everyone together, I think that is a question out there for the jury. And what probably I would mention, that probably you need to do a quick power mapping exercise, stakeholder mapping exercise, and coordination mapping exercise. Then you see the character of coordination mechanism that we may need to put in place. I would want to say that probably and among us here, of course, Waziri here was in lands, planning, and all that. And our problem is largely planning. And when we talk about rivers, my little planning, understanding, and background tells me that the British, who planned most of our major urban areas, only saw water bodies, lakes, rivers, oceans, as one, a source of water, as had been mentioned, 2, dumping sites. And all our urban areas are designed and planned with their back to the water bodies. And this is part of our problem. Of course, it also goes with the housing development. And if we take Nairobi, probably some of us, if you go back to the records, Nairobi was planned for 150,000 people. Now we are 5.4 million. The housing development was only at about 2%, isn't it? That is why we have those informal settlements. So we have a situation where development takes place before planning. And if you want to plan in the context of development, you have to break, whichever way we would like to justify it. And I think that is a responsibility or something we have to look into. Last but not least, because of time, on the research side, we are coincidentally sitting next to one another, but I know for sure that one response on enhancing inclusive sanitation in the context of our living environment is the issue of risk and vulnerability. And Wash Voice has actually come up with a risks, inclusive sanitation risk and vulnerability framework that if probably, and I believe they are testing it now, we were part as idea of that process, that would be something that would be important. And you can see the greatest risks on the rivers that we want to reclaim are largely inhabited in the context of informal settlements, where people are vulnerable, marginalized, and so on and so forth. I would also just want to mention that you have a responsibility to do very specific and directed studies. And I think this can be in collaboration with research institutions. It could be just by yourselves. And I believe in the context of the commission, your department on research should be actually very strong because of the context within which we are operating. Otherwise, having said that, just looking at the context of coordination, as I'd mentioned, we have the national ministries, department, and agencies with a fourth arm, which are constitutional institutions whose work is basically meant to safeguard the sovereignty of the people. That is why they are not directed by anybody. And I believe the commission may be having that character. Then, of course, you have the intergovernmental aspect, and this is where, again, Waziri was making reference to. Then you have county-specific on the basis of distinctiveness. And on this, then the Commission, in coordinated manner, needs to have standing agreements with each of those. So then those responsibilities are clearly understood, and if you delegate any of a responsibility to them, it is by agreement, as the law requires. Otherwise, thank you so much. I wish that we had more time, but I believe this is just an indicator that you need to probably have a specific platform or forum just to look at this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daktari. And you've already even given us a parting shot on what we need to do as a commission. Wamboi, what's your parting shots? In 20 seconds.
Everyone matters if the sanitation is to be well managed.
Waziri?
Let's plan and make sure the plans are implementable.
Thank you, Engineer Lukwa.
Behavioral change for dignity in sanitation.
Thank you.
Our fragile ecological systems are very important to all of us for now and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Director Nyambati.
Counties have a central role to play in sanitation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been our convener session, Nairobi Rivers Commission. A round of applause for the panelists and for ourselves for standing in and standing with us, listening, and not getting hungry, for lack of a better word. Asanteni sana. And now I hand over the mic to the next person. Asanteni.